Welcome everybody to day 2 of our Cymbeline in the Anthropocene Performance Festival. I'm so glad you could join us this morning. We had lots of lovely views and lively discussion yesterday on day 1, and so I'm glad some of those people are joining us again today. And I just want to make a few announcements before I pass things to Rebecca Salazar, who will introduce our first session today. First of all, again, to remind you of some of the essentials, you can find our YouTube channel. You're already here, but if you would like to pass on the link to friends and colleagues, you can find the YouTube link at Cymbeline-Anthropocene.com, Cymbeline-Anthropocene.com, and there's a link to our YouTube channel there, and it's under Project News. It's right on the home page of the YouTube channel, and we are going to, as we did yesterday, we are going to keep to our timetable. If we run a little short or over our scheduled time, we've built in a few buffers, that is coffee breaks for us here, but because we've got an international audience, and that's absolutely fabulous, we're going to stick to our timetable, and so that's the thing to look for today, and that will also give you a little bit of a break in between our 4 sessions today to do things you need to do at home while you're watching. So I'd also like to mention that at our final session today at 3 p.m. in the afternoon local time, that's 5 p.m. Eastern time, 10 p.m. GMT, and I believe 7 in the morning Australian time, Rob Conkey is going to be joining us from Australia, and he's got a rather special format for his performance presentation. It consists of, this is a little bit of a spoiler, but it consists of a serialized comic book format, so you can actually read it. And if you have a bit of time today, I'd encourage you to read ahead, go to his episodes, which are available in full on our YouTube channel, like all of the performances participating in this project, and you can read ahead there and prepare for this afternoon's and our 4th presentation of day 2. So I think that's just my few brief announcements today. I'll pass things now to Rebecca Salazar. She is our project researcher and website manager, and she will introduce our first speaker in our first session. Rebecca.
Good morning or good afternoon, depending where you're finding yourself. I'm coming to you today from what is colonially known as Fredericton, New Brunswick, also the unceded territory of the Wolastoq people. I'm right next to the Wolastoq River, which is beautiful, and currently there are efforts of renaming the river to its original name. So I encourage you to look up what the land efforts and land defenders are doing in your area. Look up the Indigenous names of your area, if that applies to where you are, and learn a little bit about that history. As we saw yesterday, Indigenous histories and land cosmologies and theologies are really, really central to the efforts of countering the climate crisis. So that's a little activity for you to do on one of the breaks. Today, we are beginning our sessions with a group of drama students from the University of Exeter in England, led by their professor and director, Evelyn O'Malley. When Evelyn and her students first found themselves separated by the pandemic in the summer of 2020, they channeled their discussions of Cymbeline and the world's ongoing crises into the creation of a multimedia zine, the Cymbeline, which is the cleverest title for anything I think we've had on the website, which contains art, poetry, and analyses of Shakespeare's text, music, lyrics, all sorts of illustrations and photographs. It's beautiful, and I encourage you to check that out on our website. It's on our blog. This spring in 2022, Evelyn's students were able to create and perform 2 short one-act adaptations of Cymbeline, and were able to perform these live at the Willow Globes Theatre. And we'll hear more about these performances today from Evelyn. Evelyn O'Malley is a senior lecturer in drama at the University of Exeter, where she researches and teaches in the environmental humanities. Her work is concerned with weather, theater, and performance in the context of changing climate, and her monograph, Weathering Shakespeare, was recently published with Bloomsbury, and I highly recommend reading it. Welcome, Evelyn.
Unmute. Hello, thank you so much, Rebecca, for that really generous introduction. I hope you can hear where you are. I'll trust that you can, and just keep going, but maybe somebody give me a wave if there is a problem. Thank you. I just wanted to start by thanking you so much, Randall and Rebecca, for so generously including us in this project and making this creative and critical community accommodating and embracing effort when our plans were failing and flailing. And a warm thank you to our colleagues around the world who have, we've really felt part of that community. I know this is something that many people have said already yesterday, and I'm sure it will come up again today. But we have really felt the ballast and equilibrium that you've provided amid what has been really ongoing unsteadiness. So we're so thankful to be part of this work. And thanks also to Jonathan for all the tech of the last few days and finding that magic circle in this space, and for making it possible for this to be a really complex hybrid event, because I was meant to be coming and COVID, after all, happened, and here I am in Exeter, which is a small city in the southwest of England in the United Kingdom. And I am here in an unprecedented heat wave. So the country has hit temperatures of 40 degrees for the first time ever in London and kind of higher up. So I am sweltering in a nice office that is not designed for this kind of weather. So the climate crisis and the Anthropocene that we're all talking about really feels very pressing on the body in all of the ways, both COVID that Randall spoke of yesterday and kind of pandemics, but also heat that we're living in. To thank you also for yesterday's papers. So while I'm in a different time zone, I did manage to catch up completely today with Sue and Phil, who are friends and colleagues at the Willow Globe, and who also will come into the story, I think, that I'm going to tell you about a little today. And Katie, Paul, and Billy's Yosemite work, their Imogen in the Wild, was also really influential to the work that I'm going to talk about today. So it was great to be able to hear you speak, as well as catching up with Monica's amazing adaptation presentation, which I heard in the daytime of today. So my morning began with Monica's adaptation. So thank you all for that. And while I'm presenting by myself today, I just wanted to acknowledge that it can feel a bit lonely or a bit strange to be kind of sitting here speaking as though this is my work. This is not my work. This is fully collaborative work with all of you who I've mentioned already, but also my colleagues here in Exeter. So John Primrose, who is our tech manager, Chloe Preedy, whose work on air and air pollution in the early modern period, some of you will know. The brilliant students that I've had the pleasure of working with now for 3 years in different ways on this project. Sue and Phil at the Willow Globe, where we'll get to, all of whom I think we're just trying to tussle with what Randall, I remember so strongly, began this project with, which was how do we practice and arrive at a globally responsible localism? And I'm not sure we've got there yet, but we have all been thinking about this notion of what is a globally responsible localism and how can we arrive at that or think about it through this play. So yes, what was meant to be for this project and what has happened are completely different. And as with so many others, our participation has taken on a kind of a healing role in the work. As students, different students have begun with me, worked through with me, students who are arriving at university, those working on this project arriving at university, having applied in a pandemic, having never visited this space, but these brave souls still applying for a drama degree, notwithstanding not having been able to come and see or try out drama studios, and spending much of their first year, in fact, studying drama online. So we've all been kind of interrogating senses of self in the world, in the Anthropocene, place in it, and in relation to environmental justice, lived presence and imagined futures, which has a kind of particular significance in the UK context. So just to reiterate how important it's been for the students and myself to feel connected to you all as a collegiate kind of friendship group of community of collaborators around the world. So I'm going to start with a few pictures of where we got to, and then I'll take you back to how we got here. So just briefly, if I can share my screen, which I think I can. So this is my crew. These are the students of DRA 2091, Shakespeare and Eco-Dramaturgy in Practice, which was the name given to the module that our participation became as of this year. And these are the students outside Thornley Studios, where we work, at 6 in the morning, getting ready to get on a bus to go to the Willow Globe. So you see some real enthusiasm there, and we made it, they made it. So here we are getting to know the space, stepping into a new place, again with the wonderful hospitality of Sue and Phil. Students exploring the stage, this notion of what might a sustainable living theatre look like, be like, feel like. So they rehearsed for the morning, and then took a break in the barn, which is really, again, feeling important to show you, because inside the barn is an exhibition of work on atmospheric theatre that I've been doing with Chloe Preedy, who I mentioned earlier, Chloe who works on early modern drama. So that exhibition has also previously made its way to the Willow Globe. So here are some of the students having their lunch amid the kind of the leftovers of that exhibition. In the wake of their Cymbeline, and then heading onto the stage where we were all greeted and hosted by friends and friends we do not yet know, but people with whom there is that shared interest, shared commitment, shared work on Cymbeline. Many of the people who came to watch the students' work were indeed participants in Sue and Phil's Willow Globe Cymbeline that I think you saw yesterday. So we made it there and had this moment, really a wonderful moment of having an opportunity to of worlds to collide and to share practice. Here are the students in the work that I'm going to show you part of briefly. All kinds of weather imagined in these pieces outdoors. Okay, I bring you back to Exeter. So this is the university campus where I work. This is also the space that has been, the city has been my home now for 10 years, although I'm from Dublin in Ireland. As you can see, it's a pretty bucolic campus, very celebrated for its many trees, plants, landscaped gardens, with a history and a relationship to colonialism too, that forms part of its history that is more recently being interrogated. But as you see, the city is proximate to both the coast, to the sea, and to Dartmoor, so which is an area of moorland close by. So while sometimes I think the realities of the lived experience of climate change can feel far from the experience of living in what is really mostly a temperate climate, I find myself often signing off emails saying regards from a grey Exeter or a wet Exeter, and there is that kind of sense that we have magic kind of light in the evenings, but that there is plenty of rain, and the experience of the climate is generally kind, temperate. We are close and increasingly aware of kind of vulnerability. So these images, some of you may have seen in the past, but this is Dawlish, the coast near us, where the sea was eroded by a storm. So this is the sea eroded the train line that connects Exeter to the rest of the southwest, to the Devon and Cornwall Peninsula. So sea level rise is really beginning to affect the coast that is maybe kind of 20 minutes from the city. And also increasingly wildfires taking place on Dartmoor itself. Also, anybody kind of who looks at the news today will see that kind of London, other parts of the UK experiencing fires. So while the climate context may have at one point felt a little distance, I think it is certainly more pressing. It is more immediately pressing for the experience of those students living in this area. Briefly, to jump then onto the Cymbeline. So in 2020, when we all headed into our first lockdowns, the plan at that point had been that I was going to direct an outdoor site-specific production of Cymbeline with a group of students here on campus as part of their term 3, which is a third term that we give over to creative work. So it's non-assessed, non-kind of module, non-credited creative work. So the plan was we were going to do that, and we were all ready to go. And then the students were sent into lockdown, and all of their plans, their final practice projects across the different year groups were cut short. So what I decided to do was to run what we called a retreat, an online retreat that came towards the end of the first lockdown before restrictions were really eased, where we said we would take a chunk of the day each day for a week and just think about Cymbeline and think about it in relation to our experience, but we would shut off other kinds of distractions, other kinds of media, and just try and see how we could engage with the play, engage with the Anthropocene context in the locales that we were living and working. Many of the students had not gone home to see family, of course, so they were staying and living in on-campus accommodation, which is also quite small and quite cramped for all kinds of reasons, distance to travel and fear of infecting vulnerable relatives. So they had really been living quite a contained, cramped, and really responsible kind of life here that was not necessarily portrayed by the media in terms of what their experience was. So each day we set up different tasks, and each day they went out on walks or created small performances at their own thresholds. We brought together different sources, different texts that felt important to them, and created the Symposium, which Rebecca has kindly already pointed out to you. So yeah, I do encourage you to check that out on the website. Part of the reason I wanted to mention it now is because thinking of those 3 years of students, so that particular project had Jessa Thompson and Beth Bowden, who were interns supported by the university on the project. So Jessa created the zine, and Beth created during that time devising resources for creating practical work, practical performance work in response to Cymbeline in the Anthropocene context. So that was happening during that week, and the students who participated in that project. So Jessa graduated the first year, so Beth the second year, and then those students, Sophia, for instance, who was in her first year participating in this project, has just graduated now. But we've had, in the last 2 weeks on campus, we have had 3 years of graduations taking place. So the 3 years worth of students who've been thinking about Cymbeline with me and have all come to graduation. And that feels really significant to think that they have completed their degrees at this time, and that this play and this context has been with us for this time. I'm going to jump off the screen share if I can. I've stopped it. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Great. So what was Shakespeare and ecodramaturgy in practice, and how did we get to the clips, the scratch performances that I'm going to share clips of with you this morning? So the group for DRA 2091, these were second year students aging from around 19 into their early 20s, all of them from England and Wales. Some of them came to this module having never performed at all. So they had never performed, they had never acted, they had never done any practical work. Some of them had experience of practice prior to their degree, and also a single module on their degree carried out in maths the previous term. Some were single honors, so taking drama as their entire degree, and some were combined with English. This project, the term for which this work ran from January to the end of March of this year, so 2022. And we were in the throes of another COVID wave at the time. So many students were off throughout the process with COVID, coming back We were working masked at times, and the mask mandate was removed just towards the end of the term. So I arrived with my plans, what I thought was going to happen, and also working within the generative constraints of a module with intended learning outcomes and assessment criteria and assessment points that were immovable. So while, for instance, the initial attempt or thought was that we would work outside, what we found was that we were completely unable to focus, to make work together, even in the room together. And that we all had to do this real learning about practice and what it means to be in a studio together. So I remember really vividly, as do the students, that the first day I set up a focus exercise, and we had to keep taking it back a few steps as we just worked out what does it mean to be in a room together, what does it mean to make theatre together, and let alone how do we get as far as the play and find ourselves as bodies mired in the Anthropocene. So we started off with some exercises outdoors, and then retreated to a point where it's like, how can we find focus? So we began by getting to know the play. The first half of the module was spent getting to know the play really well, know the characters, the plot lines, what is going on in the play, and all the while beginning to think about what might eco-dramaturgy be, what is the Anthropocene, what is the climate context in which we are going to try and adapt this work. Having initially thought that this would be a site-based outdoor performance or a set of performances that we would make, it felt really important that the students be capable of mastering something. And mastery is such a tricksy word in the Anthropocene context. Mastery typically implies that kind of hubris and control over the natural world that I think many of us, most of us as scholars, are really wary of. I was really interested by something that Zoe Svensson, who is a professor in climate and performance in the UK, was saying a few weeks ago at a Green Stages conference at the National Theatre, where she spoke about this notion of mastery also as really detailed care, attention, maybe thinking in terms of an instrument, which one might be able to play, a musical instrument, with really detailed, tender attention and care, and how we might be able to think about mastery not just as this kind of throwaway catch-all, but also as a space for a creative and attentive endeavor. And so with that, it became clear that the students needed a way to feel a kind of a sense of mastery in terms of what are the parameters in which they might work. So we I retreated to working in thrust space staging and giving them that sense of ins and outs, of proxemics, of staging in that area that I had in fact learned here at this institution from my own teachers, Chris McCullough and Peter Thompson. Chris, who's no longer with us, but I kind of felt him kind of also again part of this extended community in the room going, okay, here's how we worked. And so what the students did was, by the midpoint of the module, they took scenes from the play, and they had to use the Shakespearean text alone, not amend or adapt the text, but to stage the scenes eco-dramaturgically. So what we came up with, or what they came up with, for example, included the opening scene with the gentlemen who were clearing up debris after a serious storm had affected the landscape of Cymbeline's palace gardens. We also had a scene where Iachimo's seduction or attempted seduction of Inigen saw Inigen as a kind of flower power hippie, slightly ineffectual, growing only kind of more capable as the scene went on, and Iachimo as a representative of the corporate world. And that piece strewn with flowers and the corporate imagery inserting itself in a really kind of violent way. Thinking again about kind of the relationship between a toxic masculinity, carbon-heavy masculinity, and environmentalism. And then also those scenes also included a funeral dirge for nature, which was expressing the students' own climate grief, which so members of students who participated in that group were members of a university group called Be the Change, an environmental group. Also connected to Extinction Rebellion, or XR, which is a climate activist group in the UK, who typically use protest funerals as part of their performance, in which they mourn the loss of the planet and biodiversity. So combining that with ecological lines within the extract, like things like they used the bird is dead, home art gone, and tame thy wages. So we had contemporary climate protest slogans integrated with phrases taken out of the play, which allowed the students to mirror the XR funeral aesthetic. So those were just some of the works that they made, and then we moved on, or they moved on, to create their own adaptations for the end of the term. So they adapted. They were given complete free rein, put into groups of 10, 2 groups of 10, and they had 4 weeks working 3 times a week together to adapt Cymbeline for the Anthropocene. So they went in all kinds of interesting directions, and I'm going to share some of those clips with you now. I've got quite short sections of the clips, and I'll give a sense of what the context is for them just briefly, because these works, I think, very much the students felt are both complete and incomplete. So they're complete in terms of having been created as assessment pieces, but they were incomplete in that there's lots more that they would have liked to do, and the doing of them opened up all kinds of new avenues. And also, as in all devising, lots of ideas and lines of thought had to be discarded in the process. So they worked with this notion of bringing in a countertext to the play that comes from DJ Hopkins via my colleague who works on adaptation, Cara Riley. And the students simultaneously kept creative critical logbooks from the beginning of the term, and they wrote a final essay. So the clips that you're going to see are nothing like, they're both nothing like and something like what Shakespeare wrote. I'm really minded of Paul and Katie's work yesterday, talking about a story that never happened, a story that's happening right now, which really resonates with what we have. So there are 2 pieces. One is titled Gold and Silver Turned to Dust, which thinks about toxic masculinity. It is framed within a dispute over land ownership in Wales, with a corporation trying to put in cheap housing. In that office situation, Cymbeline is the head of Cymbeline Houses. Cloten, Giacomo, and Posthumus are all different workers in the space. The Queen, who works with Cymbeline, is interested in trying to develop the space for big pharma. Imogen is seeking to progress in her role and facing all kinds of misogyny from the men in the workplace. So Belarius and Guiderius, so these are altered role names, are selling the land that belonged to their father. So the students brought in Belarius as a name for one of these characters, and they're selling the land to Cymbeline Houses. And the alt kind of countertext was this notion of permaculture, intentional communities, eco-villages. What might an alternative to some of these ways of using land be? So the students wanted time to explore perhaps more of these alternative visions for the future, but got caught up in the compelling tale of the kind of violence and destruction of the corporate world. So you'll get to see some of that piece. The clip that you see gives a kind of an affective sense of the opening, which used physical theatre and movement to establish the characters and the situation. And then there's also a short clip of the Queen preparing her potions later on. And the second piece that you'll see a little bit of is Does the World Go Round, which is a completely different adaptation, 1 act. Those students began with the imagery from the Robert Pass poem, Everything Around Cymbeline, the one that begins, everything we do is explaining the sunrise, which I'm sure some of you will know. And they were particularly interested in the wicked queen tropes that come out of Snow White, and thinking about those in relation to the fall from Eden. So they drew on the Genesis story, thinking about the gendered nature of the work, the way the Queen takes on certain kinds of responsibilities. So they were read and were interested in Carolyn Merchant's Reinventing Eden, kind of touched out towards eco-feminist texts, thinking also about evolution and this notion of progress, but wanting to challenge that progress. They were also interested in leadership, the notion of what makes a good leader, capitalism and the exchange of goods for money and individual gain. And peace and wartime very much came into their work. very much inflected by the situation in Ukraine that was developing at the time, and the kind of attention being pulled there all the time. So with the interconnected human and environmental toll that warfare takes. So what you'll notice with both pieces, although perhaps maybe more with the second, is that lines and texts are very much shaken out of context in the play. So what you find are textures of text, vocal and sound qualities, maybe as much as text or language that makes sense. And there was a real sense of having to learn to work together, the challenges of working together. And the students pointed out this kind of notion of a human kind of fall that exists in that creation story, but relating it to themselves and to their own challenges of working together and finding a way to work together effectively, which I think a lot of us had forgotten, or those were skills that we had not yet cultivated in the practical performance studio, making theatre and performance work together, but also felt really important when you kind of zoom out to this Anthropocene. It's like, well, how will we work better together with people with whom we find it difficult to work sometimes? Minded of Rob Conkey's comments long ago that maybe this play, Cymbeline, is about forgiving dickheads, which resonated with the students who variously felt that they could, would, or might not. So perhaps, Jonathan, if you'd be happy to play and share those clips, and then maybe we could have some space for conversation or thoughts afterwards. for playing them. And I just wanted to finish then by saying, so these pieces are the pieces that we brought to the Willow Globe in the images that I've shown you earlier. And that was a really significant moment for the students to step out onto the stage somewhere outdoors in a space with as much breath and air, having been confined for a long time. So I was just going to share with you one final image of a student's response to written response to performing at the Willow Globe, which I hope you can see here. She says, as a young person living in an increasingly tumultuous time in terms of both environmental issues and politics, it often feels pressurizing to believe that we must be the future generation of problem solvers. Yet our final open air performances allowed us to make a choir, stuff the prison bird, and sing our bondage freely, stepping out of the cage of myopia and alienation that currently limits and lethally distorts our relationships with all those who dwell on the planet, creating a much needed escape from reality and filling the stage with the earth. So that was Holly's response to the piece. And yeah, I think I'll stop there, but I would say that because these are student performances, they haven't been made widely available, but I'm very happy and able to share links to the full pieces or to scripts with anybody that would like them. So please just contact me if that's something that you would like to see.
Critical paratexts, brilliantly original, really thoughtful, and so just thrilling, really, what you and your students have done with Cymbeline to adapt the play, to think very, very deeply and long, and you had a long time to think deeply, as you explained at the beginning, or longer than you had thought, to think about these issues. You touch on so many of the things that we had already begun to discuss yesterday, such as equitable resilience. And I love the notion that you're borrowing about mastery as a form of attention and care, and how you've actually really embodied that in your pedagogy in terms of it being a healing practice for your students. As we've just seen in that final letter, healing is a great part of this, especially for the younger generation that feels such a burden of the future, to be problem solvers of the mess that, well, frankly, my generation and previous generations have made of the planet. Just so well done. Thank you so much. And the presentation this morning was really exciting and really, really fascinating. Thank you very much. I would now invite comments and questions from both people here and online. Are there any comments or questions?
Sure, I'd love to. Hi Evelyn, my name is Kevin. I'm with Montana Shakespeare in the Parks. Really enjoyed your presentation and the clips that you showed. You know, I'm so interested in process, and I love how both you and Randall talking about this experience being a very healing process for your community and for your students. And I really appreciate the choreography, the movement, and the usage of space, and the juxtaposition, particularly with the very staccato movement that you had in that, I guess it's the office setting, versus the more sort of ethereal environmental feel. How much of that was in terms of the choreography? I imagine you came into the space inspired with some ideas, but the students' participation in terms of them organically creating and working and coming up with this movement through your guidance. I just wanted to know a bit more about your process.
Right, yes. So I should really clarify, this is the students' work. These pieces are not mine. These are completely devised by the students themselves. So while I might have led and while I came in a supervisory kind of careful director role once they had created the works, and kind of dramaturg talked to them about, you know, what was working and what wasn't. The work that they made was all theirs, and particularly the movement. So at Exeter, our drama programs are very much around kind of, the pedagogy is really centered around devising and students' capacity to make practical work that is critically engaged. And typically, coming into the second year, they would have had a module where they had learned all of those kinds of devising skills, group working skills, bringing in kind of their own capacities in physical theatre making, but also kind of working with text. And they would have had two foundational modules on that in a typical first year, plus an additional module in the second year before they arrived with me. So they hadn't had any of that. So they had, no, sorry, I lied. They had some of that in that they had been working on Zoom, but they had not been working together in a room. So that's why our kind of beginning of the process was such a learning curve, me relearning how do I be in the studio with students again, them learning how do we be together in the studio and make work. And it was extremely challenging, I think, for them. And the module kind of suggested, or I had suggested in this module that I wrote, that they would work in 2 groups of 10, which had I known we were going to be kind of coming into it in these circumstances, it was very challenging for them. But they harnessed kind of the skills, and by the end of it, they were able to identify those within the group who had kind of particular flair for movement, some who had particular flair for dramaturgy, some who had for text, the different kinds of things, design, and they assigned themselves those roles in the final part of the module. So it was the first, I suppose, the first 6 weeks of the module was giving them skills, trying to equip them with the skills that they might need, showing them kind of all kinds of ways, physical performance, text-based work, ideas generation, that kind of thing, storytelling, narrative, we worked on for 6 weeks, and then they created these in the final 4 weeks of the term. But it was certainly a challenge and crash course, whereas typically you'd be building on substantial prior studio-based knowledge.
Thank you.
Hi Evelyn, this is Billy Wolfgang. It was a delight to hear about your collective work with your students. And I just wanted to follow up with something that Kevin just said about process. Something you said regarding we had to relearn what it meant to make theater together. And it made me think that I believe we're all relearning not just our process we used to do, but we are relearning how to make theater in a new age where we're thinking about all the considerations that we were infusing into our work. And what was that process like, relearning to make theater together in a new way, and also some of our past practices as well?
Yeah, it's so humbling, so utterly humbling, and terrifying also to put on, you know, your black trousers and stretchy pants and step into a studio again, having not done it. I hadn't done it since the beginning of 2020, and it was utterly humbling. And I had not forgotten, but you know, we're rusty. How do you run an effective warm-up? How do you get a group of students to work cohesively together and create that energy in the space? So I think that relearning was, I'm very grateful to the students actually for doing that and showing up with me. So we kind of failed and flailed together until we did get to a point. So the kind of focus exercise that I think of is probably when you all know well, where you have everybody standing in a circle and somebody says yes or gives permission, and the other kind of participant walks across into their space. So it's a kind of space shifting exercise. And I mean, when we began, we couldn't do it at all. We just couldn't. And by the end of the term, there it was. And I know that kind of typical progression is something we might have in pedagogy or in a module anyway, or a kind of a duration of working with a group of performers, but it felt much more pronounced. And then, as you say, all of the influences, all of the learning of the pandemic experience. I mean, these students had applied for university from confinement, not, you know, and I just, hats off to brave students for going, I choose a drama degree, I still choose a practical drama degree, you know, when they're actually holed up in bedrooms at home, they haven't seen the campus they're coming to. So there was a real sense of commitment to live performance and to this desire to make theatre, to make that community. So I think the learning had really intensified that for everybody, but also the kind of, we were kind of going, well, how do we do it? And as you say, things kind of politically in the world, also kind of climate-wise, have also intensified in that time period. So I think were really kind of increasingly politically engaged kind of activists charged in terms of climate activism, Black Lives Matter, things like this, had really kind of infused their consciousness from their bedrooms, but grappling for skills and for ways to express that and to contribute. So yeah, all of those things, and not least to the kind of the technology and how we're all working in these strange kind of hybrid. But really, we've all learned a lot from that. I mean, the tech presentations of the last few days have been amazing to see that in it too.
Hi, Evelyn. Gretchen here. So sorry that you didn't make it here. I was thinking I was finally going to get to meet you in person after knowing you for years. I just have a follow-up question about the audiences for which the students performed, because it's really clear about the student engagement and activism and creativity that's really easy to see. I'm curious what the audiences were like and what they thought of this and made of this wonderfully textured and intertextual creative presentation that the students brought to them.
Yeah, it's a great question. So when they performed on campus, they performed for one another and for students and staff, but not for a wider public audience. So that's the kind of, I suppose one could say, that kind of usual kind of a student audience, which is always quite appreciative and interested in the work because also invested in that context. The Willow Globe was another kind of audience that was also safe, I would say, for students performing in a public forum, having not had substantial experience, and for sharing their work, in that the Willow Globe audience would have been comprised of people who had either performed or been in some way involved with Sue and Phil's production of Cymbeline, or other regular attendees at the Willow Globe. So people who are already sympathetic to Shakespeare, I suppose, and to Shakespeare performed at the Willow Globe, had already been kind of thinking about Cymbeline in the Anthropocene context, and who were now presented with these two devised works that had their own coherence, but certainly were very different from the play. And I suppose that loops me back to where I kind of started with community and building that kind of globally responsible, connected community. But it felt like a really it was the right audience for those pieces at the right time. So the audience was made up of people who were interested in the play, and who were therefore interested in the misogyny, the activism, the different themes that the students were drawing out of it. So even if those pieces had their own coherence, but not necessarily kind of, I mean, are they postmodern adaptations? I'm not sure, but they don't look anything like the Cymbeline that we might know as the straightforward play. But it felt like those audiences really were able to get it and join in that conversation, which is a real joy to have with them afterwards.
Great, thank
Thank
you.
you. Are there any online questions or comments? Or from people here? I'll just end perhaps with one question, a focused question about the use of dance in your in both performance pieces. I'm struck by that, and I was thinking about how that connects with all of the shows that we've seen so far. Shakespeare's play doesn't really have many opportunities, if any, for dance in the play, and yet all these shows have used dance to remake theater, to introduce a whole new sense of what the Anthropocene is, could be, the healing process, to try to change mastery through form and energy and movement into something not just controlling and a finished piece, which is, as you mentioned, these pieces are deeply original and creative, but they're not finished either. They're ongoing, they're a process. And how dance achieves that in all of these productions. It's been a significant part of all of the productions so far. I find that really interesting. Maybe it's part of that learning process that's been discussed. So I suppose my focused question is, where did your students come from in terms of their dance? Because they obviously had some dance training in terms of their studio careers. Where did that come from? And I wonder if you could just talk about that and what they thought about the importance of integrating that into their performances.
You know, that question loops back to that moment of me not knowing what to do in the studio, and my training involving kind of having at one time really studied the non-such history in dance, pavans and galliards, the dances of the early modern period, and finding them a really great way into teaching in the studio with students. So we pavaned and we galliarded, and we thought with the dance scholar, now deceased, Belinda Quirie's provocation, that the galliard, I mean, it's a very easy provocation, but that the galliards run through the comedies of Shakespeare and the pavans run through the tragedies. And if only we could learn these dances, that we would access some of the rhythm of the plays. And while it is a gloriously kind of oversimplified provocation, it offers something that really gives a way into a body. So thinking about the galliard, the rhythm of that, thinking about the rhythm of the pavan, and students kind of having permission then, I suppose, to bring in the skills that they already have from different spaces, but to find a way, movement, vocabulary and language that works with them. And your question to how that gets us to the Anthropocene, I don't know beyond really trite metaphors around kind of harmony and order and dance as this way of achieving order in a fractured world. And yet those metaphors are out there, thinking of Ellen Brissenden's work on Shakespeare and the dance, and many others. So perhaps there are dance scholars and there is more thinking. Your question is a lovely place to end, because it's a really nice way to go back to thinking about what that offers us in this Anthropocene.
Thank you. That's lovely. There is I'll put a plug in here for the Shakespeare Dance Project, led by Linda McJanet and others. I was thinking of her as I was thinking of this question or comment, and how they would enjoy these pieces, and they would be provocative and fascinating for them. So Evelyn, thank you very much once again for some brilliant shows by your students and an absolutely lovely and wonderful presentation this morning. This has been so rich and so fascinating. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you.
And yes, of course. And before we just have a break before our next session, I omitted something in my opening announcements today, and that is to remind you that using the QR code on our website, you can access a questionnaire which I'd very kindly and urgently ask you to fill out as you follow this symposium over its 3 days, and for any of the sessions that you feel you'd like to comment on or ask questions about, please take advantage of that. They're a very important part of our research component for this project, so thank you. We'd be very grateful if you would take the time to do that, either during the symposium or afterwards. Thanks very much. So we'll see you next in about 25 minutes for our next session with Montana Shakespeare in the Parks. Wasn't it lovely? To this second session of the Cymbeline in the Anthropocene Performance Festival here in the Black Box Theatre at Montana State University. Thank you for joining us this morning again, or rejoining us, as case may be. I have one, just before I introduce our next presenters, I have one additional announcement to make from this morning, and that is I mentioned that we had added a link directly, a direct link to our YouTube channel on the home page of our website, Cymbeline-Anthropocene.com. We've now added also right there on the home page a QR code for easier access. And using that QR code, you can access the program over the next 3 days, as well as the questionnaire, which I mentioned at the end of the last session, which we kindly urge you to comment on and fill out for the purposes of gathering your opinions and comments on our sessions and on the individual presentations and shows. So thank you very much. It's a huge pleasure for me, both personally and collegially, to introduce Kevin Aslan and Gretchen Minton of Montana Shakespeare in the Parks, the home company here in Montana, as it were, and also our very generous co-hosts for this entire symposium. Kevin Aslan holds an MFA in acting from the University of Illinois and a Bachelor of Science in Music Theater from Plymouth State University. Prior to assuming his current position, Kevin worked with MSIP for 13 seasons as an actor, fight director, and artistic director. As the executive artistic director for MSIP, he has directed numerous productions and has led the expansion of all strategic and financial goals for the organization over the last 10 years. His Chicago acting credits include several productions with Chicago Shakespeare Theatre, Writers Theatre, Goodman Theatre, Steppenwolf Theatre, and others. Regional credits include 10 seasons with Notre Dame Shakespeare Festival, Oklahoma Shakespeare in the Parks, Illinois Repertory Theatre, the Paper Mill Theatre, and numerous others. Kevin was an associate professor of movement and acting at Oklahoma City University and has worked as a guest instructor at Plymouth State University, Ball State, Kenyon College, University of Notre Dame, and the University of Illinois. A hugely experienced theater practitioner and successful one. Gretchen Minton is professor of English at Montana State University, Bozeman. She has edited several early modern plays, including Timon of Athens, Troilus and Cressida, Twelfth Night, and The Revenger's Tragedy. She is dramaturg and script adapter for Montana Shakespeare in the Parks and co-founder of Montana Insight Theatre. Minton's monograph, Shakespeare in Montana, is the winner of the Montana Book Award and the Big Sky High Plains Award. In 2023, she will be a Fulbright Scholar at James Cook University in Townsville, Queensland. Gretchen and I, our relationship goes back before this project to a special issue on Eco-Shakespeare in Performance that was edited by Evelyn O'Malley, and I and Gretchen contributed a fabulous piece on the performance of Macbeth that season in 2017 by Montana Shakespeare in the Parks. And all of our initial collaborators and colleagues had the pleasure of welcoming Kevin to our initial performance meeting in February 2020, where he held some wonderful workshops for us, and as we began our preliminary explorations of Cymbeline. So again, it's just a huge personal as well as professional pleasure for me to welcome this morning.
Thank you so much, Randall. It's a great pleasure to be here co-hosting this event. Randall, always wonderful to have you as the muse who has brought all of us together. For the past 50 years, Montana Shakespeare in the Parks, which is an outreach organization of Montana State University, has toured to towns around our region, providing performances to Shakespeare in our communities, many of these communities rural and remote. This professional company has grown substantially, now reaching 5 states with over 60 performances each summer. What does it mean, though, to present Shakespeare outdoors in the Northern Rockies now, in the 3rd decade of the 21st century? Montana is a place known for its vast expanses of sky, of land, mountains, buttes, and grasslands. The delicate balance between the human and the more than human world has always been clear in this region, but now more than ever, as climate change, extractive industries, and continual property development have taken their toll on our ecosystems. Last night, in fact, members of this symposium drove to Whitehall to see King Lear performed by MSIP. Along the way, we drove through a cloud of smoke. This has become what we expect as a sign of the arrival of late summer, this arrival happening earlier each year. In June, Southwest Montana also experienced unprecedented levels of flooding. As the dramaturg for MSIP, I have the great fortune of collaborating with Kevin Aslin, and together we have been seeking ways to make our performances speak about the environmental challenges of our present moment. In 2017, the production of Macbeth that Randall was just mentioning about depicted a post-apocalyptic Montana in a society that had experienced climate catastrophe and societal collapse. In 2018, though, I walked back into Kevin's office and I said, I have an idea. I think we should do Cymbeline in 2020. Now, understandably, he said, okay, why? And I said, because there's this project called Cymbeline-Anthropocene, and we can be involved in this, and it'll be amazing. And so we talked about it and signed on board because we thought it would be wonderful, which it was, of course, to be part of an international collective of theater communities attempting to really explore the Anthropocene themes of this play. In a few minutes, we will be showing you some of the clips from the resulting MSIP production, which was delayed, of course, until 2021. Before we show you this, though, I want to contextualize some of these scenes by highlighting some of the decisions I made in the script cut and in the dramaturgy. After I talk, Kevin will talk more about the directorial decisions, the design, and the rehearsal process. Rather than this time looking at an explicitly local setting, our production of Cymbeline was conceived as a fairy tale. The play gives plenty of precedence for that connection, but we wanted to lean into these stories because they provide rich material, not just about evil stepmothers and poisons, but because they repeatedly show young people escaping to the wilderness and experiencing dangers as well as transformations when they are away from human civilization. When we look at the Anthropocene lens for this production, we centered our interpretation upon scenes in Wales and grounded the play's wisdom in Shakespeare's depiction of the cave and its inhabitants. It also seemed that the understanding of nature that these characters possessed would be feminine. So we shifted the character Belarius in Shakespeare's original play into a character named Belaria, and we gave her only one child, also a woman named Cadwal. In order to more fully explore the play's resonance and the relationships with nature, I further tweaked the script a bit in order to provide a backstory in which Belaria was not a kidnapper who takes the king's children and raises them as foster children in the wilderness. But instead, we built this backstory in which Belaria is the first wife of Cymbeline. That is, she was the original queen, she had given birth to Imogen, then she was banished, probably under suspicion of being a witch, and she fled to the wilderness when she was pregnant, then gave birth to Cadwal, and then raised her in the wilderness. Watching Belaria and Cadwal fully inhabit the natural world and welcome Imogen into the wisdom allowed for the energy that carried forward into the play's resolution. the notoriously difficult final scene of Cymbeline was full of the joys of revelations, and as families were reunited, the women received their rightful place in the kingdom, promising a more balanced future that lived in harmony with nature rather than doing the kind of violence that the queen had. In this scene, Cymbeline knelt down and asked Valeria forgiveness, restoring her to her position as his queen and his wife, while the elated Cadwal realized that she had gained an entire family. As you heard explicitly from the Yosemite collaborators yesterday, Cymbeline is about forgiveness, about changing minds and hearts. We too took this as the central message of our play, but we shied away from Jupiter, from the gods, from dreams, instead identifying not just the culpability, but the possibility of a different future as the responsibility of humans. We have hubristically given our name to this epoch, the Anthropocene. So it is in fact up to us to live and deal with others better. The production in this cut version, which was a 2-hour production which had 8 actors in it, is very close to Shakespeare's text. But the cut, as well as a couple of lines changed here and there, helped us to tell this story more clearly. The most significant of this you'll hear near the end. No longer did we have a soothsayer who said, "The fingers of the powers above do tune the harmony of this piece." But instead, it was Valeria, the restored queen, who reached out, usually to a tree or gestured to one of our stunning backdrops and said, "The powers of the natural world do tune the harmony of this piece." For all of the focus on Valeria, however, our adaptation ultimately was Imogen's story. This play is about a woman's journey that epitomizes the eco-resonance of Shakespeare's drama. From her bereavement due to her husband's banishment to her escape from her assailants, from her retreat to the wilderness to her reunion with her family at the end. As the words on Imogen's costume behind us hoped, "Safe mayst thou wander." And it was really the wandering and the wondering of Imogen that from first to last was the journey that we hope to take our audiences on in this adaptation. So I'll turn things over to Kevin right now to talk a little bit more about our costumes and design and rehearsal process through this.
Thanks, Gretch. Hi, everybody. Welcome again to Montana State University and Montana Shakespeare in the Parks here at the Black Box Theater. It is quite an honor for us to be able to host Randall, Monica, Billy, everybody else internationally. Thank you for being here with us. To Gretchen's point, yes, I guess it was 2019 that, or 18, when Gretchen came to me and said, "Hey, what do you think about doing Cymbeline?" And as a producer, my first thought was, oh boy, I don't know how that's going to work within our communities. Our program travels across 5 different states to 61 communities with the mission of bringing free live performance to primarily underserved rural communities. And so as you can imagine, they're oftentimes really looking for the comedies. And so what can we do to blend our mission to incorporate all of Shakespeare's canon into our producing? And so when we talked further, and based off of the history of what Gretchen and I have been working on for the past several years in terms of focusing on natural elements and relevancy within our productions, it seemed to be a good opportunity, though I had many, many, many questions with how this play was going to work into this idea of the Anthropocene. And it was a great, probably one of the highlights of my time here at MSIP, to go out to Santa Barbara and to meet with everybody that was part of this project and to be inspired by Randall and his ideas of how this play works with this idea of investigating the Anthropocene. And so as we got further into the process, both with Gretchen, in talking about namely this idea of taking the character of Belarius and shifting it to this idea of Belaria and focusing on that character being our version of Mother Nature, and how could we center the play around the idea of her language and her influence on the world. And so we'll talk a little bit about the process in rehearsing and how we found our way through that journey. And I'm excited to share these clips as well to give you more context and sort of visual ideas to how we worked with that. As Gretchen mentioned, we wanted to focus on the idea of this being a fairy tale. I think the costumes that we have here sort of help to depict some of the ideas around the fairy tale concept, but in pre-production, which typically here we begin about 8 months out, I met with our designers, an incredible team of collaborators, and admittedly said, I don't have a lot of ideas right now. And it was more an opportunity to bring everybody together around this idea of the Anthropocene and to focus on the qualities and the imagery of Grimm fairy tales. And so we went down that path. And of course, this was happening in 2019, leading up to our 2020 season, which unfortunately we had to suspend due to COVID. So we began a lot of pre-production work during that time, and were able to revisit it when we were cleared to produce in 2021, which was 2 months away from the rehearsal process starting. So we certainly ramped up our pre-production process to get ready for the rehearsal process. Our designers came together and brought some amazing imagery and research around this idea of not only Grimm fairy tales, but also this idea of the impact that mankind has had on climate change, namely throughout the Rocky Mountain West, which out here we are impacted namely by wildfires. Worth noting also flooding this past year as well. Numerous unpredictable thunderstorms, oftentimes violent, wind as we experienced last night. And so there's great impact and proves to be disastrous for a lot of our communities that rely on living off of the land. And so how could we take this play via the lens of a fairy tale and present it to our audiences in this idea of relevancy? The first thing that we began to investigate was how scenically, as you'll see in our clips here today, we could interpret this idea of the juxtaposition that we feel exists between the court world and then the natural world. And there's a clear line in the play, particularly in Gretchen's cut, that helps to transition the audience from this more corporate or corrupt court world and shifting into the natural world, which we introduce with the character of Valeria and Cadwal. So as you can see today, when you watch the clips, notice on the stage right side of our stage that there's a lot of black, there's a lot of piping, there's a lot of industrial influences on that stage right side. And the designer, Tom Watson, did a remarkable job of bleeding the design through the center part of the stage and ultimately to the stage left side as part of this idea of transitioning into the natural world. And so you'll see a really, really smooth arc between the stage right side to the stage left side. It's worth noting to see how that works out. In this fairy tale approach, working with Denise Massman, our amazing costume designer, she brought forth many, many, many different ideas for us to consider, namely the Renaissance influence in the play, working to incorporate language into the materials, and also utilizing materials that have been repurposed as well. She's really quite brilliant at that. I'll make one note about costumes here in a little bit after our process. Props, many of our props were repurposed, utilizing a lot of natural elements, a lot of environmentally found materials to help with the storytelling that's oftentimes important for our prop master. And then also with sound design. Brilliant sound designer Knock out of Chicago. We talked about the sound design as being its own character throughout the course of the play, as this environmental presence, using a lot of metallics, particularly at the beginning, a lot of hard staccato percussion, and how that shifted into more melodic, brighter tones that helped to create a four-dimensional experience for the audience. Interesting part of our process, it's very quick here at Shakespeare in the Parks. We worked inside primarily early on in this process, and given the complexity of the language and the story,
we really wanted to investigate this play as a chamber play and making it very intimate in our rehearsal process. And so we got right down into the language, into working with each other, and made it quite small, actually, in the rehearsal process. It was brilliant. It was so much fun to be able to work at that level. Once we got outside and we had our first dress rehearsal, admittedly, once all the costumes came out on stage, my first immediate thought was, oh my God, what did I do? Because it was this appearance of just these large gestures, bright colors. And I panicked, admittedly. And as I oftentimes do with our first dress rehearsal, and met with Gretchen and said, what can I do? How can we fix this? Because this is not going to work. She guided me back into the process of reminding ourselves of this being a fairy tale. And then also having the designers in our production meetings talk about the same thing. Let us remind you, Kevin, that we started this process from this aspect of grim fairy tales, and also talking about the natural influences, which, as we all know, in terms of climate impact, are awesome. They're huge, they're big. And so how could we interpret that into what we were talking about? We had a brilliant note session the next day, the day before opening, and we came up with this idea with this play and its fairy tale concepts and its lofty language and the design that we had incorporated, and this idea at the Anthropocene that we wanted to touch the ceiling of surreal. So how could we reach almost beyond the ceiling of crazy, of surreal, and stay connected to the honesty of language and storytelling? And so that became the process thereforth before we opened our show. Some things to note too as we go through. We talked a little bit about movement and how we can incorporate dance into our process. When Valeria and Cadwell are at the funeral for Imogen, we worked with this idea of some slight movement and connecting it to the shaman culture that exists in our native communities out here, and how those characters welcome in the natural spirits from northwest, east, south. And so you'll see that as part of the process in the funeral process. And then also, most importantly, transitioning from that corrupt court world, that industrial influence into the natural. We brought Valeria and Cadwell in from the audience and utilized great transition material with the music to incorporate this tonal shift in the play. So I hope you enjoy. Gretchen, thank you once again for collaborating with me. I want to thank also the MSIP staff for making all this come together. Mari and Jonathan for being so great and on the spot for helping Randall in this project. And thank you once again, Randall, for having us.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy as we get to William Shakespeare, Cymbeline! Avoid heads! Keep them apart!
I will from hence today.
Well, you know the peril, so. Oh, well, I'll fetch a turn about the garden, pitying the pains of barge affection. Though the king hath charged, you should not speak together. Oh, dissembling courtesy! How fine this tyrant can tickle where she wounds!
My queen, my mistress, O lady, weep no more. I will remain the loyalest husband that did e'er plight troth. My residence in Rome, at one Philari, is thither right, my queen. And with mine eyes I'll drink the words you send, though ink be made of gall.
Be brief, I pray you. If the king come, I shall incur I know not how much of his displeasure. And yet I'll move him to walk this way. I prithee, hence!
Or should we be taking leave, as long a term as yet we have to live, the loathness to depart would grow. Adieu.
Nay, stay a little. Were you but riding forth to air yourself? Such parting were too petty. Look here, love. This diamond was my mother's. Take it, heart. But keep it till you woo another wife when Imogen is dead.
How? How another? Ye gentle gods, give me but this I have, and sear up my embracements from a next with bonds of death. Remain thou there while sense can keep it on. For my sake, wear this. It is a manacle of love. I'll place it upon this fairest prisoner.
When shall we see again?
Alack, the king.
Thou basest thing, avoid hence from my sight. If after this command thou fraught the court with thy unworthiness, thou diest. Away, thou art poison to my blood.
The gods protect you, and bless the good remainders of the court. I am gone.
There cannot be a pinch in death more sharp than this is.
Oh, disloyal thing, that shouldst repair my youth, thou heapst the year's age on me.
I beseech you, sir, harm not yourself with your vexation. I am senseless of your wrath.
Past grace, obedience,
Past hope, and in despair. That way past grace.
thou mightst have had the sole son of my queen.
Oh, blessed that I might not. I chose an eagle and did avoid a puttock.
Thou tookst a beggar! Wouldst have made my throne a seat for baseness.
No! I rather added a luster to it.
Oh, thou vile one!
Sir, it is your fault that I have loved Posthumus. You bred him as my playfellow, and he is a man worth any woman.
What? Art thou mad?
Almost, sir. Heaven restore me. Would I were a needherd's daughter, and my Leonatus a neighbor's shepherd's son.
Thou foolish thing! They were again together.
Okay.
You have not done after our command. Away with her and pen her up.
Beseech your patience, peace, dear lady daughter. Peace. Sweet sovereign, leave us to ourselves and make yourself some comfort out of your best advice.
Nay, let her languish a drop of blood a day, and being aged, die of this folly.
Fine. You must give way. Oh, your servant! How now, sir? What news?
My lord, your son drew upon my master.
Oh, no harm, I trust, is done.
Well, there might have been, but that my master rather played than fought. There was no help of anger. They were parted by gentlemen at hand.
Oh, well, I'm very glad on it.
Your son's my father's friend. He takes his part to draw upon an exile.
Oh, brave sir! Why came you from your master?
On his command. He would not suffer me to bring him to the haven, and left notes of what commandments I might be subject to when pleased you to employ me.
Oh, this has been your faithful servant. I dare lay mine honor he will remain so.
I humbly thank your highness.
Pray, walk a while. Are your hands off? I've done.
Oh, sir, I would advise you shift a shirt. The violence of action hath made you reek as a sacrifice. Reek? Where air comes out, air comes in. There is none abroad so wholesome as that you vent.
If my shirt were bloody, then to shift it. Have I hurt him?
No, faith, not so much as his patience.
His what?
Hurt him? Oh, well, his body is a passable carcass, if it be not hurt.
The villain would not stand me.
No, but he fled forward still, towards face.
My face?
Stand you. You have land enough of your own, but he added to your having, gave you some ground.
I would they had not come between us.
I would, until you'd measured out how long a fool you were upon the ground.
And that she should love this fellow and refuse me.
If it be a sin to make a true election, then she is damned.
She's what?
Sir, as I've told you always, her beauty and her brain go not together.
Come, out of my chamber. Would there have been some hurt done?
I wish it not, unless it had been the fall of an ass, which is no great hurt.
Hey, come, let's go together.
Stay! You are not well. Remain in the cave. We will come to you after hunting.
Oh, brother! Stay here! Are we not deepest kin? So we should be. But I am very sick. Oh, we'll go you to hunting. I'll bide with him. No, so sick I am not. Yet I am not well. I am ill. Well, but your being by me cannot amend me. Pray you, trust me here. I'll rob none but myself. And let me die stealing so poorly. I love thee. I've spoken. How much the quantity, the weight, as much as I do love my mother. What? How? Well, if it be sin to say so, I know not why. I love this youth. And I have heard you say love's reasons without reason. Brother, farewell. I wish you sport. And to you, health. These are kind creatures. What lies I have heard. Our courtiers say all's cruel but at court. I am sick still. Heart sick. Bassanio, I'll now taste of thy drug.
To the cave. To the cave. We have to leave. To the field. Pray you, go in and rest. We'll leave you for this time.
Yeah, we'll not be long away.
Pray be not sick.
Well or ill, I am bound to you.
And shall be ever. You, however, distressed, appears he had that good ancestors.
How angel-like he sings! Nobly he yokes, as smiling with a sigh, as if the sigh was that it was for not being such a smile.
It is great morning. Come away. Who's here?
I cannot find those renegades. That villain has mocked me. I'm faint.
Renegades? Yes. I fear some ambush.
He is but one. Pray you away. Let me alone with him.
Soft! Would I thou fly me thus, some villain mountaineer? What slave art thou?
Oh, well, a thing more slavish did I ne'er than answering a slave without a knock.
Oh, thou art a robber, a lawbreaker, a villain. Yield thee, thief!
What? To thee? What art thou? Not I an arm as big as thine, a heart as big. Well, thy words, I grant, are bigger, for I wear not my dagger in my mouth. Say what thou art, that I should yield to thee.
Thou villain base, knowest me not by my clothes?
Thou art some fool, and I am loath to beat thee.
Thou injurious thief, hear but my name and tremble.
What's thy name?
Clotten, thou villain.
Not double villain be thy name. I cannot tremble at it. Were it toad or adder, spider, 'twould move me sooner.
To thy further fear, nay, to thy mere confusion, thou shalt know I am son to the queen.
Oh, well, I'm sorry for it, not seeming so worthy as thy birth.
Thou art not afeard?
Those I reverence, those I fear. The wise,
Yield, rustic mountaineer!
Companies abroad. In this place, I left them. This clod Paul was a fool. Hey, not Hercules could have knocked out his brains, for he had none. Yet, I'm not doing this. He'd have borne my head as I do his. What hast thou done? I am perfect. What? Cut off one Plotton's head. Son to the queen, after his own report, who called me traitor, mountaineer, and swore by his own single hand that he would take us in, cut off our heads, and set them on the bloodstown. We are all undone. Worthy mother, what have we to lose but that he swore to take our lives? I mean, the law protects not us. And why should we be tender to let an arrogant piece of flesh threat us, play judge and executioner all himself, for we do fear the law? What company discover you abroad?
No single soul can we set eyes on.
Oh,
In all safe
my
reason, he must have some attendance. It may be heard at court that such as we cave here, hunt here, are outlaws, and in time may make some stronger head.
Well, let ordinances come. Howsoever, I surely have done well.
I had no mind to hunt this day. The boy Fidel's sickness did make my way long forth.
With his own sword, which he did wave against my throat, I obtained his head from him. I'll throw it into the creek behind our rock and let it to the sea. Tell the fishes he's the queen's son. Clotton, that's all I reckon.
I fear 'twill be revenge.
Oh, whatever.
Oh! Would you not have done so, though valor becomes you well enough? We will hunt no more today, nor seek for danger where there's no profit.
I've sent Clotton's claw pole down the stream, an embassy to his mother, but his body is hostage for his return.
Go to Fidel. You and he play the cooks.
Oh, poor sick Fidel. Oh, I'll willingly to him. To gain his color, I'll let a parish of such Clotton's blood and praise myself for charity.
Go!
Oh, where'd he go? Fidel!
Divine nature, thyself thou blazonest in this most princely one. She is gentle as the zephyrs, blowing below the violets, and yet as rough. Her royal blood enchafed as the rudest wind. Yet still it is strange what Clotton's being here to us pretends, or what his death will bring us.
The bird is dead, and we have made so much on. Oh, sweetest, fairest lily, now I wear thee not one half so well as when thou grewest thyself.
Oh, melancholy, whoever yet could sound thy bottom, how found you him?
Stark as you see, thus smiling, as if some fly had tickled slumber, not as death's dart being laughed at, his right cheek just reposing on a cushion.
Why, he but sleeps. If he be gone, he'll make his grave a bed. With female fairies will his tomb be haunted, and worms will not come to thee.
Oh, with fairest flowers while summer lasts and I live here, Fidel, I'll sweeten thy sad grave. And when flowers are none, to winter grows.
Prithee, have done. Let us bury him and not protract with admiration what is due debt to the grave.
Be it so, but mother, let us sing him to the ground.
Great griefs I see. Medicine for the less, for Clotton is quite forgot.
Oh.
He was a queen's son, child, and though he came our enemy, remember, for that. Pray you, fetch him hither. Thersites' body is as good as Ajax when neither are alarmed.
I'll fetch him and sing our songs the while. Oh, girls.
Fear no more the heat of the sun, nor the furious winter's rages. Thou thy worldly cares cast down. Home art gone and ta'en thy wages, golden lads and girls almost, as chimney sweepers come to dust. Fear no more the frown of the great. Thou art past the tide is low. Care no more to clothe and eat. To thee the reed is as the oak. Subtle learning physic must unfold thee and come to dust. Fear no more the lightning flash, fear nor slander since your eye and moon. All lovers young, all lovers must consign to thee and come to dust. Quiet consummation have, and renowned be thy grave.
We've done our obsequies. Now lay him to the ground.
The ground that gave them first has them again. Their pleasures here are past, so are their pain.
Stand by my side. You, whom the day has made preservers of my throne. Woe is my heart that the soldier who so richly fought, whose rags, shame, gilded arms cannot be found.
He hath been searched among the dead and the living,
But no trace of him.
And you, the heart and brain of Britain, bow your knees. I create you companions to our person, and will fit you with dignities becoming your estates. Arise, my knights of the battle.
Get off your hands, sir.
Oh, thou comes not now, Caius, for tribute?
Consider, sir, the chance of war. The day was yours by accident. Had it gone with us, we should not, when the blood was cool, have threatened our prisoners with the sword. Since nothing but our lives may be ransomed, let it come. This one thing only I will entreat. My boy, a Briton born, let him be ransomed. Never master had a page so kind. Save him, sir, and spare no blood beside.
I have surely seen him. His favor is familiar to me. Pisanio.
Hail, great king.
There's business in this face. Why so sadly greet you our victory?
To sour your happiness, I must report the queen is dead.
How ended she?
With horror, madly dying, like her life, which, being cruel to the world, concluded most cruel to herself. What she confessed I will report, so please you.
Prithee, say.
First, she confessed she never loved you. Only married your royalty, was wife to your place, abhorred your person.
She alone knew this, and but she spoke it dying, I would not believe her lips in opening it. Proceed.
Your daughter, whom she bore in hand to love with such integrity, she did confess was as a scorpion to her sight, whose life, but that her flight prevented it, she had ta'en off by poison.
Oh, most delicate fiend! Who's it can read a woman? Is there more?
More, sir, and worse. she did confess she had for you a mortal mineral, which being took should by the minute feed on life, and lingering by inches waste you. In which time she purposed, when she had fitted you with her craft, to work her son into the adoption of the crown.
Mine eyes were not at fault, for she was beautiful. Nor my ears that heard her flattery, nor my heart that thought her like her seeming. It had been vicious to have mistrusted her. Yet, oh, my daughter, that it was folly in me, thou mayst say. Boy, thou hast looked thyself into my grace and art mine own. Ne'er thank thy master, live, and ask of Cymbeline what boon thou wilt, fitting my bounty in thy state. I'll give But what is thou, boy? Knowest him thou lookst on? Speak, wilt have him live? Is he thy kin, thy friend?
He is a Roman, no more kin to me than I to your highness, who, being born your vassal, am something nearer.
Wherefore eyest him so?
I'll tell you, sir, in private, if you please to give me hearing.
Aye, with all my heart.
Is not this boy revived from death? One stand, another no more resembles that sweet, rosy lad who died and was Fidel. What think you?
The same dead thing alive.
Oh, peace.
Let's see further. If it were him, I'm sure he would have spoke to us.
But we saw him dead.
Be silent. Let's see further.
Come, stand thou by my side. Make thy demand aloud. Sir, step you forth. Give answer to this boy, and do it freely, or by our greatness bitter torture shall winnow the truth from falsehood. On, speak to him.
My boon is that this gentleman may render of whom he had this ring.
What's that to him?
That diamond on your finger, say how it came yours.
Thou'lt torture me to leave unspoken that which to be spoke would torture thee.
How? Me?
By villainy I got this ring. 'Twas Leonatus' jewel, whom thou didst banish, which more may grieve thee, a nobler sir ne'er lived twixt the sky and ground. Wilt thou hear more, my lord?
All that belongs to this.
That paragon, thy daughter, for whom my heart drops blood and my false spirits quail to remember.
My daughter? What of her?
Upon a time it was in Rome, 'twas at a feast. The good Posthumus sitting sadly, hearing us praise our loves of Italy for beauty, for feature.
I stand on fire, come to the matter.
All too soon I shall. Your daughter's chastity, there it begins. He spake of her as Diane had hot dreams, and she alone were cold, whereat I, wretch, made scruple of his praise and wagered with him this ring. Away to Britain post I in this design, and to be brief, I returned with similar proof enough to make the noble Leonatus mad. Methinks I see him now.
Aye. So thou dost, Italian fiend. Give me cord, or knife, or poison some upright justicer. I am Posthumus that killed thy daughter. A villain like I lie, that caused a lesser villain than myself, a sacrilegious thief, to do it. Every villain be called Posthumus Leonatus. Oh, Imogen, my queen, my wife.
Peace, my lord. Here.
Since I will play this, thou scornful page, there lie thy pardon.
Nurse, mistress, Leonatus, you ne'er killed Imogen till now. My mistress, wake, my mistress.
Does the world go round?
How comes these staggers on me?
My mistress.
If this be so, I am struck to death with mortal joy.
How fares my mistress?
Oh, get thee from thy sight! Thou gavest me poison! Dangerous fellow!
No.
Hence! Breathe not where princes are!
The tomb of Imogen.
That vial I had was sure thought by me a precious thing. I had it from the queen.
New matter still?
It poisoned me!
Oh, God! I left out one thing which the queen confessed, which must approve thee honest. If Pisanio have, said she, given his mistress that confection which I gave him for cordial, she is served as I would serve a rat. Have you ta'en of it?
Most like I did, for I was dead. There was our error. This is sure Fidel. Why did you throw your wedded lady from you? Think that you are upon a rock. Now throw me again.
Hang there like fruit, my soul, till the tree die.
How now? My flesh, my child. What, makest thou me a dullard in this act? Will thou not speak to me?
Your blessing, sir.
My tears thus fall prove holy water on me. Imogen, the queen, is dead.
I'm very sorry for it, my lord.
Oh, she was not. And long of her it was that we meet here so strangely. But her son is gone, we know not how nor where.
My lord, now fear is from me, I'll speak truth. Lord Claughton, upon my mistress's leaving, came to me with his sword drawn, foamed at the mouth, and swore if I discovered not which way she was gone, it was my certain death. I directed him to seek her on the mountains near to Milford. What became of him further, I nothing know.
Let me end the story. I slew him there.
The gods forfend! I would thy good deeds should not from my lips pluck a hard sentence. Prithee, valiant youth, deny it again.
Well, I spoke it, and I did it.
He was a prince.
A most incivil one. The wrongs he did me were nothing prince-like, for he did provoke me with language that would make me spurn the sea if it could so roar to me. I cut off his head, and I am right glad that he is not standing here to tell this tale of mine.
I am sorry for thee. By thine own tongue thou art condemned and must endure our law. Thou art dead.
That headless man, I thought had been my lord.
Bind the offender and take her from our presence.
Stay, Sir King! This one is better than the man she slew, as well descended as thyself, and has more of thee merited than a band of Claughtons had ever scar for. Let her alone. She was not born for bondage.
Why wilt thou undo the worth thou art unpaid for by tasting of our wrath? How of descent as good as we?
Thou hadst, great king, a wife who was called Valeria.
What of her? She is a banished traitor.
She it is that hath assumed this age, indeed a banished woman, I know not how a traitor.
I'll take her hence, the whole world shall not save her.
Not too hot! First, pay me for the nursing of our child.
Nursing of our child?
She is the issue of your loins, my liege, and the blood of your begetting.
How? Our issue?
I am that, Valeria, whom you sometime banished, this gentle princess. For these 20 years have I trained up. Those arts she has, as I could put into her. But my gracious lord, here are your heirs, who are worthy to inlay heaven with stars.
If these be mine, I know not how to wish a family of more worth. What are you? Again, the mother to the birth of two.
Never mother rejoice deliverance more.
Blessed, pray you be, that after this strange starting from your orbs, you may reign in them now.
Oh, my gentle one, have we thus met?
Yeah.
You called me your own brother. I know, when I was but your sister. You kindred when we were so indeed.
Did you err me?
Oh, my good lord, and first meaning loved, but continued so until we thought he died.
By the queen's dram she swallowed.
Oh, rare instinct. Oh, which I hear all through. This fierce abridgment hath to its circumstantial branches, which distinction should be rich in. Where, how lived you? And when came you to serve our Roman captive? How parted with your kindred? But nor the time nor place will serve our long interrogatories. See, posthumous anchors upon Imogen, and she, like harmless lightning, throws her eye on him, her mother, her kindred, me, hitting each object with a joy. The counterchange is severally in all. Thou art my queen, and will hold thee ever.
You are my mother, too, and did relieve me to see this gracious season.
All are overjoyed, save these in bonds. Let them be joyful too, for they shall taste in our comfort. The forlorn soldier who so nobly fought, he would have well become this place and graced the thankings of a king.
I am, sir, the soldier that did company these two in poor beseeming. That I was he, speak, Iachimo. I had you down and might have made you finish.
I am down again. But now the heaviness of my conscience sinks my knee as then your force did. Take that life, which I so often owe. But your ring first, and here the bracelet of the truest princess that ever swore her faith.
Kneel not to me. The power that I have on you is to spare you, the malice towards you to forgive you. Live and deal with others better.
Nobly doomed will learn our freeness of a son-in-law. Pardons the word to all.
Well, you helped us, sir, as you did mean indeed to be my brother, and joyed am I that you are.
Your servant, princess.
My peace we will begin. Although the victor, we submit to Caesar and the Roman Empire, and will pay our wonted tribute, from the which we were dissuaded by our wicked queen.
The powers of the natural world do tune the harmony of this peace.
That peace will ratify, seal it with peace. Never was a war did cease with such a peace.
Oh.
Presentation. Fascinating to get contexts and background to this fabulous production. It's such a treat for me to revisit this. This was one of only 2 productions I got to. It was the very first that I saw in person last September in the smoky and also big skies of Montana. What a wonderful location, especially that wind that is a presence, as well as the sound and the music in the play. Congratulations again on an absolutely fantastic production. So beautiful, so nuanced, so beautifully stage managed, that last tricky scene, and so joyful. Thank you again. And are there comments or questions from people here or online?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Brando, I completely agree. It's so joyful at the end. And with all of the different strains in Cymbeline, and when we're thinking about the Anthropocene and the state of the things we've been talking about, it's so nice to end on that note. So that's just a quick comment that I wanted to state. I just love your concept, and after seeing Lear last night, it was so exciting to see the play that we've been talking about and been spending so much time to see it come to life on stage. And I love the, Gretchen, I love the change of Valerius to Valeria, and I think, not to disrespect Shakespeare, but I think that works so much better. It works so much better.
Yeah, I'm in the business of actually fixing a few of his things here and there. Yeah.
It's super cool. I really love that. It all came together, especially with the natural components that we're working with. It's just so cool. So I want to go back to something and ask you a question about this. At first, when Gretchen pitched the idea to you, Kevin, and you said it sounded like a scary idea, and then you started putting together all of these creative ideas with the amazing costumes, which I love the way they flow when the wind hits them.
Yeah, right.
Oh, what an image! The whole thing just grabs you. So when you initially had this scary idea presented, what were some of your reservations initially with your audience here in Montana as to would a play, a tragic comedy like Cymbeline, what were some of your reservations about why it might not connect initially with an audience here?
Well, that's a great question. I think numerous reasons.
Yeah.
I think we're always trying to uncover some sort of deep relevancy for our communities, whether it's historical, like we saw, like the concept with Lear, for example, is to place it specifically in a time in Montana's history where it is relative for our communities. So to find that connection, of course it makes sense with the natural connection that we were investigating. And I had history with the play. I had history both performing and working on it. And to be honest, I just never connected with it. As a performer, as a choreographer, and as an educator, I could just never find a way. So perhaps it was a level of intimidation, I think initially, that I was concerned with. And if I was intimidated by it, how were we going to be able to produce it to our audiences so they didn't feel intimidated? And then the title's not as familiar, obviously, to our communities as well. But as with anything, I think that, and I like Evelyn talked about this before our presentation, in the way in which we have to fail in a process in order to really find our way through to some sort of conclusion or some sort of a product. And we failed a lot, and we came out of we were still in the pandemic, but came out of the height of it. And so there was intimidation and nerves, and I think that was a big part of how do I find the connection. We explored the Scottish play with this post-apocalyptic feel, as you like it, naturally lends itself well to it. And I remember Randall saying in Santa Barbara with this idea when it came up, and forgive me if I'm misquoting, but Randall said something along the lines of like, well, let's take a stab at Cymbeline and see how that might work, because there were more obvious plays in the canon. And so I think that hopefully that answers the question, but intimidation, I think, around it.
And if I could piggyback on that, I think one of the most intimidating things about Cymbeline is just not just that it's unrecognizable, but its plot is so
dense,
convoluted, right? And so if anyone ever says, summarize Cymbeline, you're like, okay, so there's this, and then meanwhile in Wales, and you don't even get to Wales till Act 3, right? And so it's so hard to get the audience to track everything that's happening. And then when we originally had a cast of 10 for 2020, and then it was reduced for COVID reasons to 8, and Kevin said to me, about that cut you did for 10 actors in doubling, can we do that in 8? And I thought, how can we effectively double this and not confuse everybody and still tell a clear story? And I think one of the greatest compliments we got about our production is how many people who said, I knew nothing about Cymbeline, but I absolutely understood everything that was going on. And I thought, if we can tell that story with 8 people, that was for our communities. That was a great pleasure to know that that was possible.
Yeah, it was so much fun to watch communities sort of
discover the play, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, they really navigate their way. You could feel them leaning into the whole play from the beginning, and the great reward of the ending scene of Act. It felt like it was such a reward for the audience to be able to luxuriate in the ridiculousness of it.
And it's like they understood everything as Cymbeline understood it. Like, I knew that too. And so that's really fun.
I don't want to monopolize all the questions, but I have more.
Another question. Yes.
Could be for you, but also for everyone else involved. And you met in Santa Barbara, but then afterwards, was there much communication among teams as to directions or questions along the way?
There was, yes, there was some. It all had to be online, of course. And we didn't have, or at least was suspended, an ongoing process of communication where we had one production, we did have, our lead production was in Australia, Rob Conkey. Australia was the first country to come out of the pandemic. And they actually had an indoor production. So they took the lead. But then the pandemic shut things down kind of further, and in other places it remained so for a long while. So there were interruptions in the sort of development, the arc of the entire project, because what I foresaw is that productions would kind of feed on each other, and there would be a cumulative knowledge-building process. And that did happen, but it happened more in compressed chunks, and then there were long hiatuses. So, and of course it had to happen all online until very recently, when things started to happen in person I could visit last September for the first time. Borders only, I rushed down here when the Canadian-American border opened up only 4 weeks before, 3 or 4 weeks before, and I booked my flight and came down here and saw it. So it was belated, but yes, it actually happened. As I was saying yesterday, we just had to be resilient in the face of these disruptions and displacements. Mm-hmm.
Do you have a quick?
A quick follow-up? Yes. Mm-hmm. Quick follow-up.
This is a question that's kind of specific, but I noted that the portrayal of the Queen was certainly our most comical that we've seen so far in the Symposium. So I wondered if you could talk a little bit about how you decided to take this. We didn't get to see much of her in these clips, and I hope to watch the rest of the performance and see where she goes.
You know, it's a testament to Rachel. I mean, the actress that played just an amazing treat to work with. So flexible, so open to whatever, too. You know, and I mean that goes in line with what we were talking about in terms of we rehearsed the play very much like this. You know, indoors, because that intimidation factor of the language. And working our way through to make sense out of it, we really wanted to size it down, similar to what you, Katie, and Paul worked on in terms of the film. I think film really works quite well with this play to really tap into the intimacy of the language, the relationships, and the argument. Amazing, amazing arguments, repetition of language, and it's so exciting to play with. And so we were so small inside. And then we got outside, and Rachel's portrayal of the Queen on the Monday night dress rehearsal was completely different than Tuesday night, in that what Denise created when we all saw it on stage, because we don't do dress parades here, and so the first time I saw the costumes on actors was on that first dress rehearsal. And the shock that I experienced of like, and Jonathan lighting it. I mean, I was like, oh no, I created like this bubblegum land production, and then you know, Tuesday morning when we did notes, and I talked about revisiting the fairy tale component and elevating the story, the physical and the vocal and the expression, to match this idea of grim fairy tale and what we created, that also combined with how violent nature is, climate. Rachel I remember watching her in notes, and she just sort of had like a, and she said, can I just kind of go over the top? And I said, be bad. Like, be bad. See what happens. And she came out and did that, and I was like, that's brilliant, you know. For her, though, I think she was nervous because she said, I feel like this is too much, this is bad. And I'm like, this is exactly what we need, you know, particularly to set up that juxtaposition of the court world and that influence, the violence of it, versus that of Valeria and Gretchen's interpretation of that Mother Nature character, the wholesome versus the violent.
Thank you. Oh, a question here.
I just wanted to say that I have seen the video before, but having been present yesterday, the production of Shakespeare in the Park of King Lear, I appreciate this even better, much more. I enjoyed it enormously. It doesn't seem that you work in a way that Gretchen delivers the script and Kevin produces it, but that there is a continuous cooperation. I wanted to know about the rehearsal process and how long did it take?
Oh, I wish it were longer. It's not because we're rehearsing 2 plays in repertory. So one day we're doing one play, the next day they're rehearsing the other play. And so the challenge of the actors and the designers is that we produce both plays within 3.5 weeks.
Oh gosh, yeah.
And so we only rehearse each play. We only rehearse each play 3 times a week. So Cymbeline had, so what would that be? That would be 9 rehearsals plus tech and dress, so 9 plus 3 plus 2. So almost 15 or math.
Yeah.
So it's a very short process.
Yeah.
You know, Gretchen and I have, I think, extensive conversations about the concept and the nature of the script. All of our plays have to be within 2 hours because of daylight.
Yes. Yeah.
And so we navigate that to begin with. And then we work out the fact that traditionally we only have 10 actors on the road. And so we navigate the character doubling around that. And then Rachel's in the rehearsal process with, sorry, my God, Rachel.
Rachel was there too.
Yes. Gretchen's she's in the room with us as much as possible.
And the other thing that we were able to do for the Cymbeline is because we were sort of reduced crew too, and you know that we had an assistant director named Andrew Rathgeber and myself that were also kind of text coaching. And so he would be working on one scene, and Andrew and I would pull actors out who weren't in it and go through text and have discussions with people. And so we were doing things simultaneously and then bringing it back together and then building. So yeah, you're right, it's very collaborative. And I handed them the script, but of course in the rehearsal process, certain things are taken out again and other words are added here and there where an actor will say, I really need this line that you cut out to get from point A to point B. Is that okay? And we always say, yes, of course. So it's very organic in terms of the collaborative process.
Yeah, I wonder also about if you were to take this same production, but indoors, you have to change everything because the way you speak, the way the acting should be different.
Yeah.
You could see that at the Globe, actors working outside, having to use their voices in a certain way, whereas indoors there's more inner work. I mean, from the technicals point of view.
Yeah, the process would be completely different. Absolutely, it would be a dramatically different interpretation of the play, and would make use of many other theatrical devices. I mean, lighting certainly would have a much more of an impact indoors, you know, and the influence, I think, of climate change and how we could really lean into lighting design would be a whole, like you did with your projection work. I mean, that influence, I think, for an audience and that four-dimensional experience is so impactful. Yeah, it would be a remarkably different process for sure.
And the designer who did this marvelous job.
Yes.
Also the wigs, etc.
Yeah.
Did she have some more time to
No, so they had the same amount. They had the same amount of time, and Denise
to build everything. I mean, they designed it a long time ahead of time, but the build happens in the same 3.5 weeks.
Yeah, and they're building 2 shows. Those are all built. Those are all built. You know, it was a costume shop of about 10 people, drapers, first hands, and stitchers, and Denise just gets the concept, and here are the renderings, and have at it. She did our Scottish play. It's a whole different process, but it was really exciting along the idea of climate change and the impact of the post-apocalyptic. They actually built costumes with the goal of tearing them apart. So they built costumes and they ripped all the costumes apart and then repurposed all the pieces to create this idea of environmentally found design.
Salvaged environment.
Salvaged,
Well, lovely.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you.
Yes. Are there any comments or questions from people joining us via live streaming? We've got an attentive, but so far relatively silent group of watchers. But if not, and if there are no more questions from people here in the Black Box Theatre, I want to say thank goodness, Kevin, on that fatal day in October 2018, you took the risk, you made the leap.
I remember.
Cymbeline.
Yeah.
And Gretchen, you took this artistic director who had been traumatized by his past experiences.
Oh, he had to be Yakimo, next time a different role.
Yeah. and as Monica's final question brought out, the incredible collaboration in an intensive, compacted time to create such an absolutely brilliant production. Gosh, it's staggering.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It really is. I'm blown away by it again, as I was when I watched the two productions last September. So thank you very much, both of you, and the whole Montana Shakespeare in the Parks Company for a wonderful production, beautiful presentations today. And we will reconvene in about 45 minutes for our next session. Please stay with us and join us then. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the afternoon sessions here in the Black Box Theater on Montana State University campus in Bozeman, Montana, for the sessions 3 and 4 of our Cymbeline in the Anthropocene Performance Symposium. This afternoon, to kick us off, we have joining us from Cornell University, Theo Black, who teaches acting there and serves as an advisor for the Student Ambassadors for Performing Arts and Cornell Shakespeare Troupe. Professionally, Theo has acted for California Shakespeare Theater, Illinois Shakespeare Festival, African American Shakespeare Company, Lake Tahoe Shakes, and many others. His research interests include scholar practitioner Shakespeare, Shakespeare and ecology, and devised work. And he is thrilled to join folks from around the world making Shakespeare such a relevant Anthropocene contemporary. So we'd like to welcome on Zoom Theo Black. Hello, Theo.
Hello, Randall. Hello, everyone out there in the globe. I just want to say how grateful we are as the Cornell contingent to be included in this, because as so many presenters have mentioned, for these seven students doing their early pandemic eco theater work via Zoom in this format, in that insular mode, was so isolating. And to become enfranchised in this global network of like-minded, good, brilliant folk doing these projects was so gratifying for us, for them, for me, as a kind of an endpoint for their final project of engaging with their scenes from Cymbeline. And around the same time, a good many of the folk involved in this conference, these students also got to sit in when we created that Globe, Merced, Warwick, Shakespeare and Climate Emergency Conference. And so to be able to liaise internationally during this particular ongoing time, it feels, unfortunately appropriate that here we are, from Rob here in Australia and me here in Ithaca and folks from all over, still continuing this mode of fruitful integration and cross-pollination that has now stretched back longer than it's easy to remember. Well, thank you so much. And you're going to get to see a selection of clips. The full version, of course, with everyone else's, is on the Cymbeline-Anthropocene YouTube channel. But I want to give a huge thanks to the amazing student who did all the editing to put this selection of clips together and was so instrumental in the original formulation of the project, Adam Schulman, and an amazing student, artist, craftsperson. So thank you, Adam, and thank you to all of the students and collaborators who made our project a part of this global network. I hope you enjoy the work, and I'll look forward to chatting with you in the Q&A afterwards.
Once, upon a time, in some remote corner of the universe that is poured out in countless flickering solar systems, clever animals invented knowledge. This was the most arrogant and untruthful moment in world history. Yet, indeed, only for a moment. After nature had taken several breaths, the star froze over, and the clever animals had to die. Once, upon a time.
By your pardon, sir, I was then a young traveler, rather shunned to go even with what I heard than my every action to be guided by others' experiences. But upon my minute judgment, my quarrel was not altogether slight.
Oh,
Faith, yes, to be put to the arbitrament of swords, and by such two that would by all likelihood have confounded one the other, or have fallen both.
Can we with manners ask what was the difference?
Oh, it was much like an argument that fell out last night, where each of us fell in praise of our, country mistresses. This gentleman vouching his to be more fair, virtuous, wise, chaste, constant, qualified, and less attemptable than any the rarest of our ladies in France.
That lady is not now living.
She holds her virtue still, and I my mind.
If she went before others I have seen, as that diamond of yours, outlusters many I have beheld, I could not but believe she excelled many. But I have not seen the most precious diamond that is, nor you the lady. What do you esteem it at?
More than the world enjoys.
Either your unparagoned mistress is dead, or she's outprized by a trifle.
You are mistaken. The one may be sold or given, but the other is not a thing for sale.
Your ring may be stolen.
I fear not my ring.
Hey, let us leave here, gentlemen.
I dare pawn the moiety of my estate to your ring, which in my opinion overvalues it something, but I make my wager rather against your confidence than her reputation.
Gentlemen, enough of this. It came in too suddenly. Let it die as it was born, I pray you.
What lady would you choose to assail?
Yours. 10,000 ducats to your ring. Commend me where your lady is, and I will bring from thence that honor of yours which you imagine so reserved.
I will wage against your gold. Go to it. My ring I hold as dear as my finger. 'Tis part of it.
If you buy lady's flesh at $1,000,000 a dram, you cannot preserve it from tainting.
I shall but lend my diamond till you return. Let there be covenants drawn between us. My mistress exceeds in goodness the hugeness of your unworthy thinking. I dare you to this match. Here is my ring.
I will have it no lay.
If I bring no sufficient testimony that I have enjoyed the dearest bodily part of your mistress, she your jewel, this your jewel, and my gold are yours.
What? Are men mad? Hath nature given them eyes to see this vaulted arch and the rich crop of sea and land, which can distinguish twixt the fiery orbs above and the twin stones upon the numbered beach? And can we not partition make with spectacles so precious twixt fair and foul? Economies for such as cannot see ecology.
I embrace these conditions.
A covenant. We'll have these things set down by lawful counsel, and straight away, lest the bargain should catch a cold and starve.
They are ugly.
Those trees with nothing but missing limbs.
No lush.
No curly bush.
No leafy greens.
Like Aphrodite's own phantom limbs.
Pushing rooters off of her in vain.
Had I not brought the knowledge of your mistress home, I grant we were to question further, but I now profess myself the winner of her honor, together with your ring.
Make it apparent that you have tasted her in bed. My hand and ring are yours.
First her bedchamber, where I confess I slept not, but profess had that was well worth watching. The chimney piece, chaste Diane bathing, never saw I figures so likely to report themselves. The cutter was another nature, dumb. Outwent her. Motion and breath left out.
This is a thing which you might from relation reap, being as it is much spoken of what is in her chamber. Nothing saves the wager you have laid.
Mother Earth barely got enough left for herself. All the nutrients and minerals have been reaped. All she's got left is the nourishment of her own decay.
Be pale, I beg. But leave air to this jewel, see? And now 'tis up again. It must be married to that your diamond. I'll keep them.
Jove!
Once more, let me behold it. Is it that which I left with her?
Sir, I thank her that she stripped it from her arm. I see her yet. Her pretty actions did outsell her gift, and yet enriched it too. She gave it to me and said she prized it once.
Maybe she plucked it off to send it to me.
Oh, she writes you, doth she?
Oh, no. Here, take this too. There's a basilisk unto mine eye.
Have patience, sir, and take your ring again. It is not yet won. It may be probable she lost it.
Very true. Render to me some corporal sign about her. More evident than this, for this was stolen.
By Jupiter, I had it from her arm.
Hark you, he swears. By Jupiter, he swears.
Nay, this is not strong enough to be believed of one persuaded well of your...
If you seek for further satisfying, under her breast, worthy of the pressing, lies a mole. Right proud of that most delicate lodging. By my life, I kissed it, and it gave me present hunger to feed again, though full. You do remember the stain upon her?
Aye. And it doth confirm another stain, as big as hell can hold. With her no more but it?
What are men? Mad. It cannot be in the eye nor in the appetite. Sluttery to such neat excellence opposed should make desire vomit emptiness, not so allured to feed. The cloyed will, that satiate yet unsatisfied desire, that tub both filled and running, ravening first the lamb, longs after for the garbage.
Will you hear more?
Oh, that I had her here, to tear her limb meal!
This story the world may read in me. My body's marked with Roman swords, and Cymbeline loved me. And when a soldier, then was I as a tree whose boughs did bend with fruit. But in one night, a storm or robbery, call it what you will, shook down my mellow hands, nay, my leaves, and left me bare to weather.
I've read 3 hours then. Mine eyes are weak. Fold down the leaf where I have left to bed. To your protection I commend me, gods. Thou nature art my goddess. To the law my services are bound, from fairies and the tempters of the night. Guard me, beseech ye. Sleep hath seized me wholly.
To hide me from the radiant sun and solace, the crickets sing, and man's o'er-labored sense repairs itself by rest. Now o'er the one-half world nature seems dead, and wicked dreams abuse the curtained sleep. Thus with his stealthy pace, with Tarquin's ravishing strides, towards his design moves like a ghost. Thou sure and firm-set earth, hear not my steps, which way they walk, for fear thy very stones prate of my whereabout, and take the present horror from the time, which now suits with it. Our Tarquin thus did softly press the rushes, ere he wakened the chastity he wounded. Cytherea, thy bed, fresh lily, I might touch. Do it. 'Tis her breathing that perfumes the toward her, under her. Natural. Her body. Movables. Mine inventory.
How now, Pisanio?
Madam, here's a letter from my lord.
Oh. Learned indeed were that astronomer that knew the stars as I his characters. It lay the future open. Good wax, thy leave. Blessed be you bees that make these locks of counsel.
Where have the honeybees gone, whispering from their windowsills, staring into schizophrenic skies? It's warming in the fall. It's snowing in the spring.
Oh, for a horse with wings. Hearest thou, Pisanio? He's at Milford Haven. Read and tell me, how far 'tis thither? If one of mean affairs may plot it in a week, why may not I glide thither in a day? And by the way, tell me how Wales was made so happy as to inherit such a haven. But first, how hence? How many score of miles may we well ride twixt hour and hour?
1 twixt sun and sun, madam's enough for you. And too much, too.
I see before me, there's no more to say. Accessible is none but Milford Way.
I'm gonna be the one who wakes up next to you. When I jump out, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the one connecting out here too. Nature Valley, thanks to them I'm gonna feel the joy exploring this with you. We've restored 10,000
I'm your giver. I'm gathering part of my breakfast. These are high bush cranberries. Delicious with grape nuts.
I've spent years learning about natural foods. Did you know goldenrod makes an excellent tea? Natural ingredients are important to me. That's why poached grape nuts is part of my breakfast. Of course, I don't usually eat it in a bowl like this. Usually, I eat it in my shoe. Sometimes I just eat the shoe. You ever eat a shoe? Its naturally sweet taste reminds me of wild hickory nut.
I look for natural ingredients in my food. That's why grape nuts is part of my breakfast. This is a wholesome cereal made from wheat and barley. These natural ingredients are baked into crunchy nuggets and fortified with 8 essential
The
vitamins.
eldest of them, at 3 years old,
Honey.
in swathing clothes the other,
Honey.
from their nursery, were stolen, and to this hour, no guess in knowledge,
Honey, our hive.
which way they went.
Honey, our hive is built and ruled by women.
We house in the rock, yet use thee not so hardly as prouder livers do. A goodly day not to keep house, with such whose roof as low as ours. Stoop, girls! This gate instructs you how to adore the heavens, and bows you to a morning's holy office.
Our mother who art underfoot, hallowed be thy names. Thy seasons come, thy will be done.
Hail thou, fair heaven!
Hail heaven! Hail heaven!
Now, for our mountain sport, up to yond hill. Your legs are young, I'll tread these flats. Consider, when you above perceive me like a crow, that it is place which lessens and sets off. And you may then revolve what tales I have told you of courts, of princes, of the tricks in war. The service is not service so being done, but being so allowed to apprehend us, draws us a profit from all things we see. And often to our comfort shall we find the sharded beetle in a safer hold than is the full-winged eagle. Oh, this life is nobler than attending for a check, richer than doing nothing for a bauble, prouder than rustling in unpaid for silk. Such gain the cab of him that makes him fine, yet keeps his book uncrossed. No life to ours.
Once upon a time,
There was a king named Cymbeline who had 3 children.
Mark it, the eldest of them at 3 years old, in swathing clothes the other, from their nursery were stolen, and to this hour, no guess in knowledge which way they went.
How long is this ago?
Some 20 years?
Some 20 years. When from a stately cedar shall be lopped the branches, which being dead many years after shall revive, be jointed to the old stock, and freshly grow.
Along the creeks and bottomlands, the women sang their way down well-worn trails to find just the right tree for each purpose. This is the Rady Land, the land of the tree of ample hips and full baskets, the one known in the Salish languages as maker of rich women, who warmed the house from bow drill to tinder to fire. Mother Cedar.
once upon a time, in some remote corner of a universe, clever animals invented knowledge.
Traditional teachings account the power of cedars so great and fluid that it can flow into a worthy person who leans back into the embrace of her trunk.
No matter what the people needed, the cedar was ready to give, from cradle board to coffin, holding the people.
The first and last embrace of a human being was in the arms of Mother Cedar.
One.
Imogen.
Honey,
Oh, Imogen.
honey, our hive.
His daughter and the heir of his kingdom.
Honey, our hive is built and ruled by women.
Hello, everyone. My name is Theo Black. I teach acting at Cornell University, and we are so grateful to have our little project join as a grafted limb of the main trunk of Cymbeline-Anthropocene. Thank you, Randall, and everyone for creating this world of new work, this cross-pollination of investigations into Cymbeline's drama-laden relationship with the Anthropocene. For us, in the spring of 2021, I'd formulated our intermediate level acting course as a deep dive into eco-performance, with the students devising a series of mini projects, independently and in pairs, and then the entire ensemble, culminating their final project with engaging Cymbeline. We chose as a central text for the course, Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Wall Kimmerer, impressed with her depth of ability to interthread multiple narrative tendrils into a woven whole. And bridging from Kimmerer's work, guest artist and collaborator Jocelyn Regalo helmed an introductory session early on for the class, merging collage adaptation with ecofeminism. And that set the groundwork for these students to select strands from Cymbeline and then find materials they could bring in associatively from other sources and discover how they could performatively converse together, or in the late Thich Nhat Hanh's phrase, to interbe. As scholar Richard Gruson points out in Anthropocene Feminism, ecofeminism in particular has a robust liberatory history, acknowledging the parallels between structural binaries, which support the oppression of women, and those which support the exploitation of nature. This empowering lens led the students to make certain alterations, as did many of these projects, including a regendering of relationship dynamics, our Bellaria refuging two daughters of Cymbeline in a mode of more attuned livelihood and intentionality of relationship within nature, to be ultimately reunited with their third sister, Imogen, within the forest. Prior to the pandemic moving so many of these projects online, artist and student in this class, Adam Schulman, had envisaged for our live version a single set piece, a nurse log, which would emblematize the status of Cymbeline's family tree. At the beginning of the show, only a single sapling would be reaching for the sky, behind which Imogen would emerge to start the show. And by journey's end, Guidaria and Arviraga would graft new sprigs onto either side of their sisters. But in the filmed version, the inclusion of Kimmerer's narrative in the clips that you just saw about the cedar tree's centrality for the Salish people of America's Pacific Northwest, who would begin and end their life stories refashioned by refashioning Mother Cedar, became for us a tribute to indigenous ecological knowledge and also a way to further progress Shakespeare's metaphorical arboreal vein, since both narratives value placing stock in specifically the cedar tree, not as a resource to be cut and carted away, but rather as a source and site of regeneration and renewal. And this, for us, refigured Cymbeline, the man and the story. In close reading Shakespeare's play, the students' focus soon homed in on a central ecofeminist corollary, one that is embedded in Cymbeline and endemic to the Anthropocene: the objectification of female bodies as comestible commodities and the ravaging of natural ecologies. This insatiable patriarchal hunger struck us most notably first with the scenes involving the male triumvirate of Iachimo, Posthumus, and Philario, and their umwelt of consumption, jarringly unleashed in a phrase Posthumus spews, believing Imogen has been unfaithful to him, expressing his desire to tear her limb meal. Limb meal is a strange mouthful, carrying cannibalistic connotations in Posthumus's application of his desire towards Imogen's body to be torn asunder as food, but especially since it comes as a culmination of the men's wager-focused exchange of dialogue, one laden with a mess of conceits, framing women's bodies as ingestible wealth, most savagely in Iachimo's mouth, with his string of hypotheticals. If you buy lady's flesh at $1,000,000 a dram, you cannot preserve it from tainting. And if I bring you not sufficient testimony that I have enjoyed the dearest bodily part of your mistress, and lest the bargain should catch cold and starve, but also in the specificity of his viscerally imagined lie. By my life, I kissed it, and it gave me present hunger to feed again, though full. To bear witness to this as a remove, we chose to shift a segment of Iachimo's text into Philario's mouth and point of view, creating for him a soliloquy of commentary, channeling his incredulity that some men can think this way, whether in ancient Italy or Britain, or writhing in the dying throes of late capitalism. As he voiced it, the cloyed will, that satiate yet unsatisfied desire, that tub, both filled and running, ravening first the lamb, longs after for the garbage. And in a final summation line that we transplanted from novelist John Larison to constitute Philario's conclusion, economy is for those who cannot see ecology. Showcasing Shakespeare's dramatization of insatiable hunger for resources, the performative elements, design, dramatic action, juxtaposed imagery, repurposed prose and poetry, journalism and journaling, gender dynamics and filmic techniques were all deployed by the ensemble for the purpose of enacting a pulsing friction where Anthropocenic existence could meet their eco-feminist resistance. For example, during the wager scenes, the male actors playing their roles chose background screens with images of trophy animals and prone women for their virtual set design, and then engage beyond the action of the dialogue in the secondary activity of eating sushi, literalizing the consumption of ecology reduced to severed segments of fish flesh, albeit all vegetarian ingredients were used during the course of the filming. And then further juxtapose this with the disturbing interpolated images of Nyotai Mori, conflating the dismembered female/ravaged ecological corollary as a single banquet set for insatiable appetites. And then, activating ecofeminist resistance beyond this grotesque enactment of a brazen male gaze, the female identifying actors in the ensemble joined together in a whispered voiceover of Angela Cariotis's poem, Mother Nature. And this helped them undercut this Nyotai Mori imagery and the male-dominated scenes up to this point. Mother Earth barely got enough left for herself. All the nutrients and minerals have been reaped. All she's got left is the nourishment of her own decay. In close reading this poem alongside Shakespeare's play, the students latched on to a synthesis of imagery. Bareness, resources reaped, and decay as nourishment, echoing words that they'd found in Cymbeline. For Bellaria, my boughs did bend with fruit, but in one night a storm or robbery, call it what you will, shook down my mellow hangings, nay, my leaves, and left me bare to weather. In Posthumus's postulation of what Iachimo might from relation reap, and in the prognostication of the destruction-plotting queen, every day that comes comes to decay. This process of extrapolating from the textual landscape of the play's language into elements which could then be designed, enacted, bolstered by other sources, and refracted, served as the students' main method of envisioning and revisioning themes they discovered in motion. And one small example, central to the arboreal motifs in the text, is Richard Cho's portrayal of Claughton in childlike destructiveness of and in nature, which he chose to enact by stripping paper dolls as his imagined Imogen and Posthumus from a tree, and subsequently destroying those tree-derived substances as he puppeteers destruction of the couple in miniature, in his misguided yet proactive search for romantic reciprocity, ending his fraught story as a reduced and headless trunk. For this little family tree of our ensemble in 3801, the most challenging dramatic question in enacting Cymbeline was how to portray Iachimo's emergence from the trunk and anatomization of Imogen's passive body, without reifying the scene's inherent horrors. Associatively, by transposing the trunk from Imogen's bedchamber to that of a tree in the Botanic Gardens, symbolizing Iachimo's Tarquin-aligned rapacious nature, the character ripped barkskin from the prone form of the fallen tree by which Imogen had aligned her sleeping body, while as the performer, Adam Schulman worked with care and guidance to aid nature's process, one of regenerative decay, by opening select portals for microbes and insects to flourish. And I'd like to bridge into our discussion and Q&A with a portion of Schulman's eco-performance reflection, which he has generously shared with us, and I'm happy to share it with you today. Imogen's relation to her surroundings changes through new encounters, which we grew compelled to engage through an ecofeminist lens. Personally, this project stimulated necessary new encounters as I met classmates face-to-face for the first time to perform and collect footage on hikes. Running through the woods with new friends renewed my excitement for the possibilities of theater. While editing the footage, I was encouraged by Professor Black to exercise freedom to part from Shakespeare's linear story and draw new visual associations. Montage replaced a physical set, an exciting alternative form of world building for our multimodal adaptation. This introduction to eco-theater changed the way in which I understand human actors' ability to embody our social shortcomings. In the context of timeless natural phenomena, the act of theater is a necessary punctuation. I'm so grateful we could borrow Shakespeare's. As am I, and thank you all so much for your time and attention. I'm looking forward to getting to share thoughts and questions as we converse.
Your students' work and your work on this wonderful cinematic, visual, and imagistic translation of Cymbeline into these powerful images of the Anthropocene is really striking and astonishing. But to have you and Adam's a brilliant commentary on the making of this adaptation just makes it so much more rewarding. And to hear about your students deep diving into the text of Cymbeline to seek out eco-critically resonant keywords and images, and then to translate them into the language of film and video and performance art is just absolutely amazing. And just as you were mentioning there, the empirical field work that you did by going into the woods and finding those kinds of inspirations, just marvelous. You've offered us just in 10 minutes such a rich number of pathways back to your performance and you and your students' performance piece, and this bears just looking at again and again and again. Thank you so much. It's a wonderful, wonderful contribution. Are there questions or comments from people beginning here? Our usual pattern is to beginning here with our in-person audience, and then we'll move to our online audience for questions.
Hi, Theo. Gretchen here.
Hi, Gretchen.
Sorry you couldn't join us. We missed you here. But thank you for that presentation. Fascinating and really thought-provoking. It was fun to come off of talking about the Shakespeare in the Parks performance and the decision that we had made to change Valarius into Valeria, and that you had done the same thing and really reclaimed that wilderness space for the women. And that last line, which I wrote down, our hive is ruled by women, you know, with the buzzing of the bees, like really, really neat. I have a specific question just because I'm fascinated, and I don't think you answered this unless I missed something. The Nature Valley granola bars and the Post cereal that seems to follow directly from Imogen going into the wilderness, and I couldn't figure out whether this was sort of part of going to the wilderness and eating in a more positive thing, or whether it was more a commentary on the consumer culture around sort of eating, you know, natural granola bar, that kind of thing, especially with the eating of the shoe and all that. And by the way, also brilliant transition to the missing children on the box of Post cereal. I mean, there's so much going on. But can you unpack the grape nuts and the granola bars for me?
I can try. You know, as Katie and Paul and everybody's been saying, it's hard to reach back to those quick decisions from long ago. But Amanda Juan, who played Imogen, her idea was that Imogen was completely unprepared, right? Pisanio brings this letter and she's like, all right, well then I'm going. Like, that's all there is to it. I'll go find him. And so the idea of this naivete of like, in the full version, which is on the YouTube site, you know, she's at the end of that conversation unpacking a granola bar to be like, I'm ready, and activate that. And so it was partly a commentary on the naivete, and then she gets there and she's like, oh my gosh, I see a man's life as a tedious one, like, you know, sleeping on the ground, and you know, it's a lot of folks experience going new into backpacking or trekking and stuff. You see it advertised in a certain way on Instagram, and you're like, great, I'll just get the gear, I'll get the Nature Valley granola bars and get the special water pump, and I can go for it. And then you get into nature and you're within the wilderness, and it becomes a completely different experience. And so the students had found these commercial clips, and part of the mode of the collage was to have it be like, there's a line we put into Pisanio's mouth in that conversation with Imogen about the bees and schizophrenic skies, was to have the collage mode become schizophrenic. And so you're bombarded in this era of over media saturation with, you know, a climate change dire weather report where the anchorman is becoming part of a tree, which you'd see in the full version with Richard Cho's portrayal. And then this idea of Nature Valley saying we're creating all this access, but the commercial starring, you know, my friend David Diggs gets very zany and off kilter. You lose track of the message, where he's, you know, playing along with the song that they've found and going for it. And so then integrating that with another commercial or a series of clips from Yule Gibbons in what the students felt was kind of selling out from his old mode of reading nature and stalking the wild asparagus to now posting products for Post and into the milk was all, it was, those are the aspects that I remember going into that little sequence, Gretchen, but it was primarily that notion of Imogen transitioning with like, all right, got the granola bar, I'm ready. And then we synonymize an experience of being in the wilderness with the products that we carry with us as that overlay that doesn't match up. Billy.
It was so fascinating watching your brilliant students and how they wove together all of these seemingly unrelated adaptations just into this coherent whole at the the theme of this patriarchal consumption that is just constantly present throughout the piece grabbed a hold of me, and I want to know, I'm always particularly interested in finding out if students are surprised when they discover that something like that is present in Shakespeare of all sources, to get in there and discover that. What is that process like from a pedagogical standpoint as well, when you get in there with a text that is so old and so associated with that very thing? So what is it like to find that in the text with the students?
Yeah, and the answer, of course, varies by students. So this, the program we have here in the Performing and Media Arts Department at Cornell very much operates to offer courses in practical modes for non-actors. Very few of the students are training to be professional actors. Trent's, who played Posthumus, is actually a professional actor now, having graduated. But most of the others were studying a wide range of things and not even majors in our department. So the only prerequisite for taking intermediate acting was that they take an introduction to acting, which is often a one-off, but then some of them get hooked and want something more. And so there were several students, Wolfgar, who plays Iachimo, and Adam, who played a variety of roles, who both have huge experience in Shakespeare. Even teaching Shakespeare to summer programs and creating their own film versions of other plays. And so my memory is that, and they kind of led this close reading aspect. So when things like limb meal, what the hell does that mean, pop up, then you start looking into old dictionary definitions, and from there spiral out, oh, what are the other associations? And so it's that same mode of you become build your own concordance as you go. And that was the close reading text, table work in Zoom mode that I love. But you're absolutely right. It's that excitement of discovering, wow, this tapestry is so richly interwritten. But I can't speak for any of the other students who for whom this was their first Shakespearean encounter, because I simply don't know. I didn't ask that question, and I love that you do, because it's one that I think about every time I offer our advanced acting Shakespeare specific course, is how to ensure that everybody feels comfortable to get on that road of exciting discovery, because it can be such a daunting textual thicket. But once you start to steal from Sondheim, once you start to pick it apart with a stick, it becomes like the backbone, right? Then it was, can I find a poem? Can I find a journalism article? Can we look at this theme of toxic masculinity, unnamed in Shakespeare, but so present for us, and find the portals? Because the whole course, as I mentioned, was based on Kimmerer's mode of how do you take these different tendrils and different strands and put them into conversation together. And it was fortunate that we had the class set up with Cymbeline as the final project, and all the way along they were already practicing that mode in miniature, and some of those pieces made it into the Cymbeline as recycled bits from their earlier projects as well.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any? Oh yes, a question here from Monica Maffia.
Where should I? Oh, there. Hello there.
Hello.
Just a reflection. I was shocked by those images, or from Iachimo's point of view, but the way you render those images of the cosification. Mm-hmm. You say that?
Objectification.
Objectification of the female body, whereas in the best image is just the tray for an inviting sushi or garbage. Mm-hmm. So those opposite things, but that's Iachimo's thinking, and to see them as images so beautifully done is quite shocking. Mm-hmm. On the same time, there was a quote there. I can't remember exactly the words when he feels he feels the need to feed again, even when he's full. And it just crossed my mind an intertextual with Dante, Inferno, where there is the character of the wolf, the she-wolf, that is described as somebody who's pushing Dante to the entrance of the Inferno, of hell, and is described as someone who could eat and eat again, and would all the time feel more hunger. That's the loop, la lupa, the wolf. So I just associated all that with what you just showed us. So
thank you.
Just to share what provoked in me those images, those associations.
It's a lot to process quickly, as Randall said, but it's so gratifying that even at that slam-packed pace, and remember, this is the students' work, the students' cultivation of images, the students' editing for their own pace, which is much faster than mine for processing, that you're still able to make those associations to bringing in Dante. It's also fascinating to me that my introduction to this adaptation collage mode of work was as an undergrad at UC Berkeley, when the theater company Central Works, helmed by Gary Graves and Jan Zavaflier, came in and guided us through doing our own adaptation of the Divine Comedy, all 3 parts. And so it's lovely for me personally to have that association come in. Who knows, if these students create another version sometime, maybe the wolf who's ever hungry will make it into that.
We had the hyenas there, kind of foregrounding that mode of the men's insatiable hunger. Yeah, I do remember now associatively the discovery of those images actually came out of the discovery of the deforestation images of that corollary first, of looking at images of ravaged ecology, and then the discovery of the Nyotai Mori and Sushi kind of reverse engineered from that in terms of looking at that corollary continuously together. Yeah.
Gosh, thank you.
Yes, and thank you. That image that you're both focusing on reminds me, for me, the most familiar use of that image in Shakespeare is Cleopatra, who also is turned into a comestible, ingestible object by the Romans, of course, famously in the play. And Enobarbus, in his famous Bard speech, talks about she makes hungry again when the appetite is cloyed, and it's supposedly Cleopatra that is the power behind this. But as your wonderful presentation makes very clear, this is a masculine, appetitive desire that really seeks to turn the Romans, who seek to turn the Egyptians into garbage so they can be absorbed into empire. And that's a very powerful instance of the image in Shakespeare as well. So this is just, these are wonderful intertexts that visually you're reminding us of, Theo, you and your students.
Well, this is extremely illuminating, because as Evelyn mentioned in her talk earlier in response to Gretchen's question, like, what is the audience for this? The students didn't have an audience when they were creating this project, because it was for a class project. And so in a sense, and I hope some of them are able to watch this today or when they wake up and see the saved live stream, in a huge sense, this is the audience of folks who've also been engaging with these plays in such similar and yet totally divergent ways. And Gretchen, I was struck when you said, for us, this is a play about young people going into the wild, because in the most tangible sense, that was the value, I think, for the students at the time, of being simply on lockdown in their dorm rooms, doing everything via Zoom, filming scenes via Zoom, and then suddenly a chance to go out into the woods, of which Ithaca is infused, surrounded by, and meet each other face to face for the first time. Imogen and others in the wild, getting to actually connect through nature after the totally technologized mode of thinking about it.
Yeah, just one really quick follow-up, kind of connecting what you just said to Monica's point about the wolf. Another thing I think we didn't mention explicitly is when in our production, Imogen went into the wilderness and she had that cape and those sort of striped leggings. That silhouette was borrowed from a lot of images we'd seen for Little Red Riding Hood. And the woman in the wilderness, from that whole fairy tale tradition, is going through the woods, which again is this place of possibility and regeneration, but it's also a scary place because of Clotten, the would-be rapist, just like, the voyeuristic Yakumo that we saw there as well. And that's kind of, patterned onto our imaginations as the wolf, which I think gives the wolf a very bad rap because, it's just like the bear thing in Yosemite. It's like, we are dangerous to wolves just like we're dangerous to bears. Nonetheless, imaginatively, the notion of the voracious wolf being a constant threat and, potentially ravishing and consuming the female body, I think there's a really interesting connective tissue there.
Yes, absolutely. I wonder now if we turn to our online audience, where there are any questions or comments or responses from people watching and listening online. Anyone there? We know you are there. We are tracking you. Maybe like us here, we're absorbing the rich feast, if I can dare use that metaphor, of this wonderful work. Well, if not, Theo, we started off this morning. One of our themes that Evelyn O'Malley started us with was the idea of care and attention to, first of all, Shakespeare's text and to text generally, and translating that into theatrical creativity and theatrical practices. And I think you've offered another brilliant, superb illustration of how care and attention to Shakespeare's text, almost improbably, these texts written 400 years ago, given attention and imagination, can turn them away from mere mastery into a simple, brilliant product, but into something that is far more provocative and stimulating and regenerating for the audience. And you've brought that out so beautifully in your presentation today. It's been so eloquent, so smart, so illuminating. So I want to thank you again, and also Adam Schulman, your wonderful editor, and all of your students at Cornell. Congratulations on a superb piece of work, and thank you again for your contribution to this project. It's been so valuable.
Thank you, Randall, and everyone. And I so wish that I could have been there, as I know so a bunch of us would like to be in person, but it's just tremendous to finally have this opportunity to connect with all these projects, and I've enjoyed all the ones so far. And Rob, looking forward to yours shortly.
Thank you very much. You provided my transition. So we will reconvene in about a half an hour for Rob Conkey and the final session of today, live streamed from Melbourne, Australia. So please join us then.
All right. Are we live? All right. So welcome back to our final session of the day. This is going to unfold a little differently now. We've had some kind of last minute improvised changes going on here that are quite exciting. So it is my pleasure to introduce the final theater company who's presenting today, which is also the first of our collaborators to be able to perform after the pandemic closed down a lot of the theaters around the globe and created a lot of uncertainty for performing arts. We were really pleased to have Rob Conkey's production based at La Trobe University in Melbourne, Australia, perform their adaptation of Cymbeline in April 2021, incorporating a multimedia exploration of urgent climate crises that have affected Australia in the past few years. Today, Rob is actually involving all of us who are present, both online and in person, in a somewhat improvised multimedia reading of a comic book he's creating based on that earlier performance. So prepare for what might be the most chaotic and possibly meta-layered rendition of Cymbeline yet this week. Rob Conkey's teaching and research integrates practical and theoretical approaches to Shakespeare in performance. He is the author of Writing Performative Shakespeare's New Forms for Performative Criticism from Cambridge University Press in 2016, and the Globe Theatre Project, Shakespeare and Authenticity from Edward Mallon Press in 2006, as well as the editor with Scott Maisano of Shakespeare and Creative Criticism from Bergon Books in 2019. He has directed sometimes with professionals, but mainly with students, about a third of Shakespeare's canon for the stage. He is currently teaching at Deakin University in Melbourne, Australia, and his latest project is a comics form ekphrasis of live theatrical production. Welcome, Rob, and I'm pleased to be part of this today.
Thanks, Rebecca, and thanks, everybody. Fantastic to be here, and loved seeing that last session and yesterday's session. I've only been able to summon myself at 5 a.m. for those two sessions. I haven't been able to see the earlier ones, unfortunately, but I hope to catch them up. And I wish I was there, but here we are. So yes, we're going to attempt something a little bit mad, which is a slow reading, I think, of some of the pages that I've created. So just a little bit of background. As Rebecca said, our production was some time ago now, April 2021, and from the very beginning, I wanted to remediate the archive video into a comic book form, and it's so there are going to be 4 episodes of this comic, and I've done the first 2 in draft, and so we're going to have a look at those, and then I've got some more slides of the remainder of the production to speak to as well. So what I'm hoping is going to happen is that in a moment I'm going to cast the reading, and then I'll share screen.
A father cruel and a stepdame false, a foolish suitor to a wedded lady that hath her husband banished.
Pisanio.
The word Leonatus.
No, sorry, Monica. Directly beneath, Madam, a noble gentleman.
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry.
Don't apologise.
I've just got the role. Madam, a noble gentleman of Rome comes from my lord with letters.
The worthy Leonatus is in safety and greets your highness dearly.
Thanks, good sir. You're kindly welcome.
Boldness be my friend. Arm me, audacity from head to foot. I beseech you, my man's abode.
I was going, sir, to give him welcome.
Oh, that's enough. Okay, yes, please, Imogen.
Continues well, my lord. His health, beseech you?
Well, madam.
Is he disposed to mirth? I hope he is.
Exceeding pleasant. Not a stranger there so merry and so gamesome.
When he was here, he did incline to sadness.
Oh, dear soul, your cause doth strike my heart with pity that doth make me sick. To be partnered with such bold stuff, be revenged.
If that weren't honorable, that would
sorry, down the page.
Oh, down? Revenged? How should I be revenged?
I dedicate myself to your sweet pleasure.
What ho? Pisania?
Let me my service tender on your lips.
Away, I do condemn my ears that have so long attended thee. If thou wert honorable, thou wouldst have told this tale for virtue, not for such an end thou seekst, as base as strange. Thou wrongst a gentleman who is as far from my report as thou from honor. The king my father shall be made acquainted of thy assault. What ho, Pisania?
Oh, happy Leonatus, blessed live you long. A lady to the worthiest sin?
Sir.
A lady to the worthiest sin, give me... Sir. Give me your pardon. I have spoke this to know if your affiance were deeply rooted. The love I bear him made me defend you thus. Pray your pardon.
All's well, sir?
My humble thanks. I had almost forgot to entreat your grace, but in a small request.
Beautifully, beautifully done. Okay, I think that's the end of the first episode. I might just skim through the second episode without doing the reading. It is shorter, but I think that's probably the best way to go, and then I can get on to the next part. So we won't worry about reading the next part if that's okay, but that's beautifully done. I hope I haven't shortchanged anyone. I think everyone had a go. All right, so episode 2, Betrayals, a page per scene summary of Act 2, Scene 1 to 4, 2 of Cymbeline-Anthropocene in the Antipodes. Okay, so here's 2-1. There's Cloten getting cranky about losing the betting, and then the Lord calling him a cock. But I will highlight this. So Imogen reading in bed, and Chris, the biologist at NCAS, put me on to Jeff Vandermeer. So on nights when she wasn't reading Annihilation, Imogen read Wise Trees. So that became an important sort of intertext for us. For intertextuality has been an interesting discussion point today. And then 2-2, not many words. I might let you just drink that one in visually. Iacomo, getting the brace. No, sorry. And then 2-3, Cloten trying to impress Imogen, and Imogen realizing that the bracelet is gone. 2-4, when Posthumus is convinced by Iacomo that Imogen's been unfaithful. 3-1. Now, I'll just pause briefly on this. So in our performance, Caius Lucius was a park ranger making submission to government. The tribute represented investment in land, particularly tree and fire management, recently lapsed. So poor Claudia, she did cop a bit of fun from the cast about being Bindi Irwin. I don't know if that reference makes sense to anyone. But so her role was this trying to encourage the king to think about the management of his kingdom. And he was, being poisoned by the queen, he was refusing. 3-2, and then Pisanio reads the letter and is aghast at what Posthumus is alleging. And then 3-3, these are our Welsh wilderness people, and this is maybe a difficult font for what you're seeing at the moment, but this is supposed to be a sort of colonial 1850s type of font, and this is where our Bellarius and Arviragus and Guiderius were living in the sort of 1850s, like Australian bush ranges. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that sort of thing, so that's that part of it. And then 3-4, Imogen is given the letter by Pisanio, and the first time I typed this out, autocorrect changed this sentence to, "Thy false mistress Pisanio hath played the trumpet in my bed," which seemed to me to be a pretty heinous crime. Anyway, so then Pisanio comes up with the plan, cross-dress. Oh, here's this potion that the Queen gave me, that'll be good. And then Act 3, Scene 5, Caius leaves Rome. Cloten accosts Pisanio and gets the clothes, and Pisanio praying for Imogen. And then here's this line that we heard earlier: "I see a man's life's a tedious one," and Imogen meets the boys and is brought into the fold there. And then here's Cloten in posthumous Scarb. And then the last one was what appeared to be the death of Imogen and the funeral, etc., etc. So those are the first 2 episodes. I'm going to stop sharing for a second. Now, where's my time? 41. I'm very, very briefly going to go to another set of slides. And these are going to be some of the sort of images that will inform the next part. And these are the sort of the main way that we were addressing the project's aims, or attempting to. And that was that our production was about fire. And this is when the fire started, when Imogen woke up and she coughed a few times. This is the first time that the fire had was sort of mentioned in the play. And then the boys are wanting to fight the fire. Posthumus decides to help fight the fire, comes back. And then this is the firefighting scene. And of course, both Australia and California are subject to, terrible fires in the months and years preceding our meeting in Santa Barbara. And here's another one. And there's Bellarius coming on with a fire hose. And then from there, Posthumus was sort of taken into a sort of a makeshift hospital. And then he has his dream and Akuch played Jupiter. She comes in. And then sort of this will be the last part of this will be the 4th episode of the comic. The last scene of the play, we turned the lights on and it became like an evacuation centre for people who had been fire ravaged. And so Pisanio comes out with a roll call, and she basically, this is everybody who's in there, and she just makes sure that everybody is safe and reads out everybody's name, and they have to say that they're there. I wanted to put this slide in here because this lovely person, Chloe, she was one of the assistants, and she is handing out tokens, and they're food tokens, and she put on it 50 cents. This is a 50-cent food token. And so I said to her after the first night, well, I'm not sure what the people in the audience could have got for their 50 cents. Anyway, that's my mother-in-law looking at it quite bemused. And then we have Bellarius and the boys meeting the king. Imogen and Caius coming back in. Iachimo has sort of succumbed to smoke asphyxiation. and the point of the ending was to integrate the audience into the action so that we were all in one sort of space. Iachimo telling his tale, here's the bracelet, and then Posthumus gets up off his sick bed and tries to assault Iachimo, and then of course he whacks Imogen when she reveals herself. The doctor explaining, and it was a very uneasy reconciliation between the two of them in our production. Imogen wasn't ready to be reconciled. And then at the very end, sort of rains came down, which you know were extinguishing the rest of the fire. Okay. So that's what we did in brief, and that you have helped enliven. And I'll stop speaking there for a moment.
Rob, thank you very much for this wonderful participatory presentation. I love the way you're stretching time and space with our final session today, and congratulations on this ongoing remediation of your Eco-Cymbeline. It's adding to the wonderful diversity of the shows and the presentations throughout this whole 3 days. It's really amazing. I love the way you've, as so many of these shows have done, you've connected global themes with local instances of crises and community efforts to come together to mitigate the crisis, care for one another, and turn that into performance art. In your case, into comic performance art, which is really, really lovely. I wonder if there are any comments or questions from our actors here, or in a little semicircle, and then we'll go, as we have been doing, to online comments and questions if there are any.
I just wanted to comment. I don't know if you can see. Do I look over here?
Yeah.
Oh, it's right there. Hey, Rob, you're right there. Just so inventive, man. Just really, really, really inventive. And it's interesting, too, because it's Shakespeare in the Parks with our education programming. We've been talking about comic books quite a bit, actually, and trying to incorporate that a bit more into what we do with our workshop material. And so it's super inspiring to see particularly the usage of photos. I guess I never really thought about using photos and then applying that kind of a filter to create, but it's opened up a lot of really intriguing ideas for us to explore. And I just want to comment too, just, you know, when we met up in Santa Barbara, of course, what we were talking about with the fires down in Australia, and that the pandemic in and of itself with wildfires, and I really appreciated how you shifted, namely the ending of your play. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it, to see how it played out, but particularly how you engaged the audience, brought everybody together. So it's not really a question. It's just really more of a comment of how much I appreciate your inventiveness. It's really, really inspiring.
Thank you so much, Kevin.
Yeah, man.
Just, Rob, I was wondering if you could explain a little bit more so I can wrap my head around the different time periods. So you talked about the people in Wales sort of living in the 1950s, and I'm wondering in particular about Jupiter's role, and like, is Jupiter in the present or in the future, or where is she, and how did the different time periods work with your whole unfolding of the Anthropocene concept?
Yeah, gee, I think, the biggest payoff of the different time places thing was about the kind of the clash between Posthumus and Iachimo, just the sort of the advantage that Iachimo had on Posthumus and on Imogen, like, you know, he was this slick contemporary person able to sort of run rings around people. And so for example, Cornelius changes time across our production. So she begins in our kind of, you know, early modern sort of garb, and at the end she's a sort of contemporary doctor in scrubs, right? And as well, Cymbeline is in a suit. So some people, they stayed in a time period, and some people sort of shifted around. And for me, it was about the parts of the text that really grabbed me were those about transness, you know, I'm the mother to three, and would I could change my sex, etc., etc. So it was about trans-historicalness and also transgender, and thinking about, I mean, I would have loved to have done a lot more reading about queer ecologies. So with Jupiter, I'm not sure, I don't know that I'd considered Jupiter in terms of a temporality. I mean, I loved the fact that it was a Kutch playing Jupiter. So obviously we switched the gender, and there wasn't that, you know, those same connotations with Jupiter, you know, coming down and doing his thing. But I don't think that I really thought through a time and a place for Jupiter. It was more outside of time, mythological, and like spiritual intervention. And I think Randall asked me at one stage, where did you get that the piece of clothing that Jupiter was wearing? And it was just a piece of cloth out of the costume store that only became magnificent because she was wearing it under the light. So, and with the boys, so it was 1850s. That was just more prompted by the sense of, you know, like, you know, the bushrangers in an Australian sort of mythology. So it's Gold Rush connected, and, you know, it's outlaws, and they're hiding out in the bush, and it just seemed like a nice sort of analog for Belarius and co. But I'm not sure that it had exactly the same sorts of payoffs. But I did find this antique fire, like a portable fire equipment, antique. And unfortunately, I didn't see it before the production, because we made our own. You know, all those props, they were just sort of, you know, cobbled together without much money at all. But I wish I'd found that antique fire equipment to put into it ahead of time. But those were the sorts of things that we were trying to get to, I think. No, you're welcome. Good to see you.
You too.
I so would love to see you.
Same here, Rob. We'd love to have you here, man.
Any other comments or questions from people here? If not, let's try our online audience or Zoom audience.
We actually do have a bit more lag than usual on the Zoom and YouTube broadcast, so I don't know that we'll get questions in time there, but thank you for asking.
Okay. Well, if there are no further questions or comments from here, Rob, I just want to thank you again. As everyone has been saying, we're missing you terribly, but you're here with us in spirit and in brilliant, brilliant comic form. And it's so fantastic, and it's so incredible to be ending your final presentation and show. And it is so incredibly timely to be ending with, if I can rename it again, Cymbeline in the fire scene. as at this moment, it seems half the earth is on fire, and the fires raging everywhere. So your remediation of Cymbeline in these ways is just incredibly timely, and will speak to people, unfortunately now, and even more unfortunately, I fear, in the future. So you have really, you've put really a keystone, a capstone on our sense throughout these performances that everyone has wanted to make Cymbeline relevant to today's environmental conditions, to speak to new generations and audiences, and to give a sense of the vast eco-potential for Shakespeare generally. Here we've taken this, obscure, as we've been saying off and on throughout the last 2 days, fairly obscure Shakespeare play for most people, except for specialists, and you've turned it into something wonderfully accessible and extremely contemporary for audiences today. And in that sense, you and the others here are doing pioneering work, I think. So thank you so much for this wonderful effort, your energies. We can't thank you enough. It's wonderful.
Can I just say a couple of thanks as well?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, thanks to all of you for so generously and beautifully reading the first episode. That was fantastic to hear. But especially thanks to Jonathan and the team for just doing tech magic in manipulating space and time to facilitate it, and to Rebecca, beautifully done with Imogen, and for coordinating. Thanks so much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah.
Thank you, Rob, again.
Thanks, Rob.
And thank you, everybody, for joining us today, the end of our second day. Tomorrow, we'll reconvene. We're going to gather here in the morning, just us to ourselves, and have a chat about what we've seen and discussed over the last 2 days. And then we'll come back live streamed at 11 o'clock local time tomorrow for a roundtable discussion, which will be open to people watching from around the world, where people are not cowering from the fires that are ravaging the planet, it seems. And we'd very much welcome your comments and questions. And perhaps you'll have time between now and then to, if you haven't been able to be here for all of the sessions, they're now going to be available all on our YouTube channel. You can begin to watch them if you haven't already started watching them then. So watch a few maybe this evening or tomorrow morning, depending on where you are in this world, and have some questions ready or comments. We'd really love to have them. And we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock our time, or wherever you are across space and time. So thanks very much, everybody, and see you tomorrow for day 3.